Hello and good evening everyone, and welcome back to the 24 hours of Daytona, presented by AC Friends here, the World Endurance Races. We hope you're enjoying the action so far here in this race. It's only now 13 hours and 26 minutes to go until the end of the race. So we're nearly halfway through now. When I was on a few hours ago, we had just passed a quarter into the race. And well, just as I come back, already somebody off, and to no one's surprise again, it's unfortunate. Unfortunately, the 039 car there, who has been having issues all day so far, unfortunately. So welcome back everyone, I hope you're enjoying. 27 people here in the YouTube live stream here on the AC Friends YouTube channel. I'm your host Mark Rio, joining in for another stint here of the night session. Like I said, I was on earlier for about 4 hours or so, then decided to take a bit of a break, which I think was useful. I got to have some food, I got to kind of relax a bit, because it is indeed the weekend, so it's good to relax. And back with you for about 3.5 hours until 11 p.m. Eastern time. That's going to be 4 a.m. GMT, and I think that's 5 a.m. Central European time in well, Central Europe, like Germany, where many folks from Germany are in this event. Welcome on in, JD VFX. Hello, welcome on in to the show. I'm looking in the chat. I don't see anyone else in the chat as of yet. We did just pop over to part 2 of the stream, so maybe some people didn't quite get the memo to go from part 1 to part 2. We did have quite a few people here earlier in part 1. I'm sure we'll get some folks throughout the broadcast. And of course people have to sleep and stuff as well, so you know, there is that. But to everyone who is awake and watching the show, welcome on in. Again, I'm your host Mark Rio, joining you for the next few hours coverage of the race. So we'll go through the top 5 in a moment, and that will be of each class. I'll have some driver interviews a little bit later, and maybe we'll talk about whatever is going on, because, well, there's probably lots of things to talk about. Surely. We don't have full course yellows to spice things up a bit, but we'll see what, you know, crashes occur to, you know, allow some others back in the race. Well, there's a little tap right there on the, I think that was the 665 Cadillac, the one of the Wohol racing cars. One of the Polish teams. Looks like there's a little tap, and they're backing away. With the 031 Porsche, everyone seems to be running pretty similarly to how they were before. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe JD VFX is indeed Jaden Harrison, one of our good friends from the JSRA community, of whom, by the way, is a very quick driver. He was looking forward to coming and watching the broadcast, so I believe it is, and once again thank you very, very much. So let's go through the top 5 then. I'm gonna see if I have control here. There we go. Oh, okay, I don't, for some reason, give me one moment. I don't know why it was there. Okay. Just, there we go. No, that doesn't work either. Okay, give me one sec, because I don't have full control yet, folks. I'm supposed to, but for some reason it's not there. Okay, right, now I got control. I wasn't fully in the thing. Right, so you'll see some, by the way, some text in purple. There'll be drive-throughs for cutting. Might see long pits, where there's 15 of them, by the way. for everyone that they have to do in the race. If you do more than the 15, then you get a, well, I think it's a drive-through penalty. 6 of 15 there for the 0-1-0. They were in first place at 1 point. I don't know if they've been back since the Moritz Racing Esports team. But let's go through the top 5 in each. So we'll start with the hypercar class here. Again, these are definitions based on the WEC, not so much IMSA. But that's okay, they're similar enough. Hypercar class here, otherwise known as LMH or Le Mans Hypercar or LMDH with the Daytona included. Nonetheless, all of them allowed in this race. First place is actually Wohol Racing now, the 292 car, which had only really been in first place for a little bit when they were kind of swapping in pit stops and stuff. So 397 laps in now, almost half the race through. 292 leads 41 seconds on the Moritz Cadillac 0-1-0. That's Sasha Gerard, who by the way is a main guy in promoting this event, making this event happen. For Watty Racing, he is currently in the 0-2-3 in third position. Second position then in the 0-1-0 we currently have Leo Schwartz driving. He was earlier too, I don't know if he popped out of the car and then came back in. But he's in second, and in first place in the 292 currently driving is the Polish driver Rafat Bandura. Or it could be Rafał Bandura. You know, it's one of those like L's with a little stroke in it. It looks like a T for a sec. It's not. It's an L. But Bandura in the car in the Cadillac there. So Cadillac, then Watty Racing in the Genesis. Now it might show as Alpine there, but I can assure you that it is a Genesis car. Go actually on board if I can. There we go. There's his right there. People were saying it sounded a little bit like a rally car earlier. That's the top 3. Then we got in 4th position, an actual Alpine here, so don't confuse the two. And this one is the 887, which is Simline Rivals Racing Team. The Alpine A424. Andrzej Mikulski of Poland in the car right now. And to finish off the top 5, the other Wohol Racing car, which is the 665. That's the number 1 car, the other one is number 2. So the number 1 car is Simon Praszczyk in the car from Poland. And they've done 7 long stops. We'll get to how many long stops everyone's done in a moment, or at least the extreme ends of them anyway, because for some they might be getting a bit worried by this point. So that's the top 5 in hypercar. GT3, the leader still at this rate and has been for hours, the 197 Watts E-Racing car, absolutely trucking along. The number 2, by the way, car of Watts E-Racing, in the Lexus RCF GT3. Dennis Meyer in the car right now. We had an interview with them earlier tonight, with, I think it was with Dennis, if I'm not mistaken. So he's now in the car. And second position is the Reiter 076 Mercedes there. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Reiter Engineering Esports. Mats Windhausen is still in the car. Well, he might have gone out and back in since I was last commentating, but he's in the car currently. And in third position, right behind is the Tradition Sim Sports 054 Porsche. and they are still trying to catch up. We were talking to them earlier, and we were having an interview at the time with Luke Scholes, or it might be Luke Schultz, and they're only 16 seconds behind second, so they might be able to, in the Lemming car, by the way, lovely yellow, black and white there, they might be able to do something. Watch and see. And fourth place is the 729 Audi. I don't think that's really changed. The Cargo first car. Ryan Watkins in the car right now. And interesting for them, they've only done 5 long stops at this race, which is one of the least in the whole GT3 field. Only tied with a couple of other teams at 5. So that's on the very low end. We'll see if any of the other members will be coming in the car. There's, well, actually an assortment on this team. There's one German, there's one Brazilian. Ryan Watkins is the one Britishman, and then we got Carlos Skirmanis of Latvia, and I think that might be the only Latvian driver in the field. So that's kind of interesting. The 292 just took a drive through. That might have been for cutting. 400 laps now of the race completed, and the 292 now leads by 19 seconds. So yeah, the gap did go back a bit, but obviously not enough for a change of position. And you see them going around the high banks of Daytona there. See if they can keep that lead. It's all about minimizing the amount of track cuts and drive-throughs in this race. A little different from how a real-life race might be run, but all about endurance, proper endurance in this race. Fastest lap of the race, I think, still is the Watty racing car. Yeah, 1:30.449. They did that very early in the race. Has not changed since. I do have a live timing link I can share in the chat in a moment. I can't share the one from ACSM, the AC Server Manager, but I can share the public one that Wohol Racing is supporting. That one is a public link, so I will pop that in the chat in just a moment for you guys to have a look at and see how things are running. woholracing.pl /endurance/live-timing/1. That is the link. I'll put it in the YouTube chat, so you don't need to type it out manually. Some of these hypercars are getting up to around 325 kilometers an hour. That's obviously on the section probably out of the bus stop to turn 1, basically that whole straight section. So I'll pop that in the chat right now. You can go and have a look at that. I don't know if it went through. Well, it was supposed to. I don't see it on the iPad here where I'm looking at the chat. Maybe it doesn't allow it to have links. Could be. We might have to go look in the AC Friends Discord then for that. It didn't show up on my iPad, but let's see if we can get you folks the link somehow. Okay, so let's take a look at where the closest action is then. Now we have a 3-second gap here. That is being eliminated because they're in the pits, 665. It shows that because that's when they entered the pits. That was their time, their gap. And obviously now that they're in the pits, that's going to reset once they leave. They're doing a regular pit stop, the 665. If it was a long pit stop, they would be kind of leaving the server, then coming back in. And you can see there that's... or maybe they did do a long pit. I'm not sure, because you know what? That stopwatch on the side of the car has reset, and we noticed last time in part 1 of the stream when folks left and then returned, the timer or the stopwatch reset with them. So 26 seconds, out of the pits now. Well, no text flashed up, so I'm not sure. Maybe it could have been just a short pit stop. But they pull out to the pits now. They're 59 seconds back of the 031 Porsche. So only 3 cars on the lead lap, and then it really does go back from there to the 887. I'll have a look at some of the views. I actually quite like this view because you get a good look at the track ahead. Everyone's really spread out at the moment. They had a big moment with hypercars at the bus stop in part 1 of the screen. Well, really, actually, we had a couple of moments. They're coming together, and usually it's because slow GT3 cars were in the way. So we'll see if any more action like that happens over the next couple of hours. Oh, don't you just love that sound? Couple more people taken to the pits now. The AFS Slovakian team in the Audi has not had a good race. Let's talk about the long pits really quickly, because unfortunately for AFS, both of their teams' cars, the same team, both their cars in Hypercar and GT3, they're both using their long pits really quickly. So the 991 Audi, Andre Sousa is in the car right now. 9 long stops of the allocated 15. They're over halfway already, and we're not even at the halfway point of the race. So if you're the 991 AFS car, you might be getting really concerned. As well as their Hypercar 130 Porsche car, they have 9 of 15 as well, and Michal Kuder is in the car right now of Czechia. So they have the most of any team. Yes, in Hypercar the most of any team, and in GT3 I think it's tied. Oh no, actually it's not. Player 0, which was the 039 car, which has had all the crashes and stuff so far. The 039, who is now 3rd to last place, they've dropped even further. They had a lot of incidents earlier in the race, and we saw a few of them live on camera. This unfortunate green car right here in the Honda NSX, 10 of 15 long stops. So they only have 5 more to go until they get a pretty serious penalty. So yeah, 10 of 15, that's not looking good for the Thai team there. One of several Thai only teams. Team Itan, or is it Ithan? Ithan maybe? The 797 car, which should be, oh, and there goes the 039 again on their own. Yeah, sorry. So the other car there, the 787 in the orange, they actually, I don't know if that spin was on their own to the 039 watching the replay. Close to a couple of other vehicles, but yeah, this car here, the 787, has not had a good race either. Also another all-Thai team. So it's been pretty unfortunate for them. Osakul Srisakul is in the car right now for the 797 car. This is the 787, sorry. Where is the 797 car? Oh, down here. There we go. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong vehicle. Yes, the 797 is the Corvette car. There we go. Orange and white. Okay, there we go. Now we got that correct. It is a nice livery, and I do like the tie flag on top. It looks really nice. But it has not been a good race for them. Long story short. So they're on 10. That is the most amount of long stops used by any team in the race. That's pretty much your update. There might be more to see in a moment. 168 now, a drive through for cutting, and swap for the lead on the pit stop. And so the 0-1-0 back to the lead again. Moritz Racing. I guess it was only a matter of time. And they'll pull out a pretty decent lead here as that pit stop goes for Wuhol Racing. Two laps gap back to the 887. I don't know how they managed to have such a big gap, the top three, but I guess that really is just a big difference in skill. Since I have my live timing page on me, I am going to look at the Wuhol Racing site, which again, I tried to put some YouTube chat. I don't know why it didn't paste. Maybe they don't allow links. Could be a thing. I don't know if when Sasha gets out of the car, maybe he can help me by posting it. But, so this is pretty much up to live time here. It also gives me best splits as well, which is nice. So it's updated fairly regularly. Okay, so let's see. I want to go by last lap. So, not including the one going into the pits, I guess. So 31.692, 33.192 for the 023. 133.191, 134 for the 031 Porsche. So, by the looks of Hypercar here, a couple of drivers, or most of the drivers, seem to be about 2 or maybe even 3 seconds slower than the 010, and at points the 023 Watty racing car as well, who just came out of the pits. So, it is a bit of a skill gap. Top three are doing really well amongst each other, and then it's all the rest. Considering there's no full course yellows, that allows for that gap to happen, to form, and makes coming back at the end of the race just ever so tough. And you might see a bit of smoke from lockups. They don't, apparently, they don't lock up as much as they show on the live stream. CSP, from, well, this host point of view, makes it look much worse than it is. That might be for Ping right there, because it looks like that Porsche just it looked like that Porsche just rallied their way through the bus stop, or otherwise known as the Le Mans chicane. I'm pretty sure that might have been the Ping there. 292 Wohol just took the drive through. I think the 0 wasn't the 031, it was the 130 in last place. I'm pretty sure they did not rally their way through the bus stop, even though it might have appeared that way. Unfortunate for the 130, and even the Ferrari is past them now. So the Ferrari used to be in 12th, and looks like AFS has, unfortunately for them, dropped even lower. So that's the way it looks at the back at the moment. Any other close gaps? There is a few pit stops going, so it might be changing wildly, but 787 on the 114, 2 second gap, but fairly meaningless. Oh, stop and go 10 seconds for speeding in the pit lane. The Valkyrie 059 team. And that's Valkyrie E-Racing, by the way. Valkyrie E-Racing, not Valkyrie hypercar. I know someone got confused about that earlier. No, that is the Valkyrie Honda NSX team that you see on your screen right there. Stop and go 10 seconds, plus 10 seconds for speeding. So I don't know if this was a regular pit stop they're doing right here, or if they're serving it. I think this is their regular pit stop. But then they'll have to come through again and once again stop in the pit lane, not in their pit box, mind you, because real penalty, we're running real penalty here. The rules of real penalty mean you have to stop anywhere outside of your pit box in that pit area, and then they have to stop for full 10 seconds, then carry forward again and leave the pit lane. So they're going to lose a bunch of time off of that. And this is not a long stop, so about 60 seconds, pit in to pit out, and then they're going to have to come back around again. Isn't that just unfortunate? Well, it looks like the 787 car got past the 114. They seem to have that pace. 023 Watty Racing car drive through taken now, and that just only hinders them in the battle with the 010 for first place. They were dominating earlier, absolutely dominating at one point, and now they've fallen back to a minute behind Moritz E-Racing, or I think it's just Moritz Racing. There's so many names, it's hard to get through all of them, but I try, I really try. If you have any questions or points arising in the chat, we'd be more than happy to cover them. And part 2 of the stream should still go for several more hours yet. Before then, I believe we have a part 3, because YouTube doesn't allow to have a full 24-hour stream, right? So, or more than 24-hour stream. So we split it up into 3 equal parts. So none of the finish or whatever gets cut off. So there will be a part 3 of this stream to end off the race a bit later on. I don't know if I'll still be commentating when that point occurs, but just keep that in mind for later. More drive-throughs for the 130. But at this race it doesn't mean too much. Let's look at the battle for second. So a few people dip a wheel onto the grass out of both the International Horseshoe and the West Horseshoe, which is up here. But thankfully, unlike most simulators, it seems here on this track in the Assetto Corsa, you can dip a wheel off and then save it. It's not going to be like ice where your whole car just rolls off and into the barrier. It actually is savable, and you don't lose too much time on your lap. So lucky for them, they can go pretty aggressive into these corners. Drive-through had now been taken for the Valkyrie team. But even with that, the AAA Corvette is still, actually they're in the pit, so they're not really gaining too much on it. And someone taken to the pits now. Is that the leader of GT3? It is. That's the leader of GT3, 197 into the pit lane. So they already have a full lap gap on the Reiter, excuse me. But they're coming in, and so you saw they just left there. That is a long pit now for Watty Racing. And so Reiter is going to temporarily take their lap well, I guess get back on the lead lap. I was gonna say take their lap back. No, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, they're gonna get back on the lead lap here. But I think even after the next driver spawns in and gets out of the pit lane, it might still be a lead for the 197. Another drive-through for cutting on the 010. And so they just keep trading them back and forth. It really is unfortunate for them. Well, for everyone, really. You think they, you know, on real penalty, they kind of be like, okay, let's not do so few track cuts before a penalty. Let's have this be a large number, and then they only need to do it once. I feel like that might be a better thing for next time than to have it the way it currently is. Because then you're just coming into the pit so much, and so many infractions. I don't know if that's necessarily the best way to do it. Well, it certainly rewards the ones that are least aggressive. The ones that always make sure to have their lines perfect, and never go off track in any way, never gets involved in anything. That would ensure they could at least hardly ever come in for a drive-through, and thus stay out on track and gain a bunch of time back. But wouldn't necessarily make for the most interesting racing in the end. Just past 2 o'clock on the track, 8 o'clock Eastern time, and into the midnight hours in Europe now. Welcome along to the AC Friends 24 hours of Daytona. Live here on YouTube. Whoa, and off he goes, the 076 into the barrier. Oh, and a huge incident for Reiter, and the 121 Ferrari had to slow up massively. And Reiter with a probably huge amount of damage. Are they getting the speed up again? Oh, I don't know. They might have gotten lucky. It depends how much the damage was. That was a big hit into the tyre barrier there. Are they coming straight in? Oh, they're coming straight in. And Reiter is going to completely give up what they possibly could have gained on the 197. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, there must have been some damage. Absolutely must have been. Straight in. How long will they be in? Oh, and who was in the car right there when that happened? I'm going to have to take a look on the spreadsheet. I have to kind of go back and forth between the tabs open here. Oh. Okay, well let's see here. Zakaria Sharif in the car of the 197 right now, but what's about for the, and this is going to be a long stop for them now actually. What's about for the 076? I'm looking. For the 076, Mats Windhausen was in the car there. And that should, I guess, be their 7th long stop once this completes. Wow. I wish I could filter this by number. Unfortunately, I can't. You know, they're all out of order, so it's hard to find each one. So I wonder if that's Mats Windhausen going out of the car now. But certainly doesn't help Reiter at all. And the 054 has taken second in GT3 meanwhile. We had some bingo going on in the Discord earlier. Although the one that someone posted was only kind of iRacing. You know, central to iRacing. Quite makes sense for this, but in the chat now. Okay, so keep an eye on the battle for second again then, with these trading of drive-throughs. It's only about 2 seconds to Watty racing for second. See if he can draft off this car up ahead, the Corvette. Oh, he goes out of the way, okay. Now, normally in real life, they would keep the low line, and it would be up for the GTPs to get around. But there you saw him kind of going out of the way, so... I mean, as long as someone figures something out, it's fine. But... yeah, normally you'd have that GT3 stick to the racing line. At least in real life, anyway. Maybe he was coming up for the braking anyway, so maybe that was expected. Going for a long pit now, and is back in to the pit lane, new driver. And on the 721, looks like Yavor Manov is getting into the car? I think he might be. 7 long stops of 15, unless this is coming up to 8 on this one. But again, they might not necessarily update the spreadsheet right away, but something like that. And this pit stop takes quite a while, up to about 60 seconds here, after they spawn back in. I believe 721 is rolling again. There he goes. Indeed, it does take a while. He's kind of running a race of his own right now. 7 of 15, okay. That's 7 now for the BMW. Yeah, Yavor Manov now in the race car on that. Coming up to less than a second, the 292. How's the chase down going? It seems like Wuhol kind of gets a little bit of a chase, then they have to go to the pits, and then the chase is over, and then kind of repeats. Oh, and that was a little close on the purple BMW. And you got to be close there. That was the Limitex 291 that they nearly got involved with. Had a Limitex fan in the chat earlier today. And if you drop a wheel off, I mean, you're going to lose out on that battle. I mean, he lost half a second just to that. People right now will probably be getting their sleep. It's nearly halfway through the race. They'll wake up in the morning and do their remaining stints. This is where the battle of attrition really is now. Forget the start of the race, forget even the end. How are they going to manage it right now? during the thick of it. And again, actually, Watty Racing went quicker on that lap, but brought it back to 6/10. That last lap looked to be a few tenths quicker for Watty Racing. When I look at my live timing, it's slow. Okay, on my live timing, that was a 32.054. 010 is a 31.645. Well, now it's just updated. 32.991. Wuhol was a 33.035. Okay. I just saw it swap there momentarily. That was weird. Oh, because they weren't there. Oh, I missed it. I was looking on the Brave browser. Oh yeah, he went wide there. Oh goodness, I just saw it on replay. Watty Racing went really wide into turn 6, and or was it turn 7? That's pushed them back to 3rd place. I just missed it. And I came back and I was like, well, hang on a second, it looks like they've swapped positions. I was wondering how that happened, and I look at the replay and there it was. So little mistakes like that. I wish I could show you that replay again. But basically, he just went really, really deep. Thankfully avoided the tyre barrier and then came back on. But nothing too crazy, no contact or anything. Right, so is it starting to go wrong for the 023 car? And wow, that red lap split there, that must be their worst lap split of the race. It was 45.6 seconds, sector 2. Yeah, green usually means it's their best, personal best of the race. Yellow is just average, you know, in the middle. And red is the worst. So that was their worst sector split of the whole race with that mistake there. Wow. And that was Sasha in the car, so I'll have to ask Sasha later. Was it just a little, you know, was it a tiredness thing? Is it was a little mistake, wasn't paying attention? Who knows? Who knows what it could have been? Put on the auto cam for a second. Let's see what the other camera views are like here. 287 Lexus. Well, it's been unfortunate for them, hasn't it? Really unfortunate race. I love their livery, don't get me wrong. It's a great livery. I think their drivers need a little bit more practicing. It's just unfortunate for them. I need to count up the total laps behind here. Just in GT3 in general. So we got a lap, then 3, that makes 4. Another one makes 5. Then 2 laps to the Valkyrie, that's 7. GSIX, that's 10. AFS Audi 12. GSIX McLaren 17. Another 9 laps is 26. And that's a gap back to the 797. Then it would be then it's another 4 laps. So 30 laps back is ITAN 797 Corvette. Or ITAN it might be. And then you got the 287 on the same lap as the 797. So that's a 30 lap difference front to back in GT3. Oh, someone taken to the pits now. It's the 023, in they come. And oh, that's the view I want there. So is Sasha deciding that's enough, I'm coming in? Or he's listening to the stream and going, well, I'm going to reply to Merck, so I'm coming in. Either way, That mistake was enough. On to the next one. Right, so out they go. Same with the 887. That allows 665 to try and do a bit of catch up. They need to push, push, push right now if they're going to do anything substantial. Pelico 1, hello, welcome to the stream. What's up? You're watching the 24 hours of Daytona presented by AC Friends. And Whoopall is 42 seconds back. Another drive through for cutting for the 039. They need to be a little more disciplined on the cutting. And there goes Whoopall into 4th. I think they're another lap behind that, so they still have to come back round again to then get to 3rd place. Which I don't know if they're gonna be able to do so, actually. Looking at the gap. Ah, look at the speed difference there, wow. This is looking at the leader ahead, the 010. And are running together, even though it's a lap difference. I really do wonder if next year if they'll get rid of the grass, just like they do in real life IMSA now. The Le Mans chicane removed all the grass there. 031 now 7 long pits. Fairly inconsequential, but it's okay. Yeah, I think if they were to do that, I mean, it would take a little bit of the fun out of it, but also it would allow for more people at the Le Mans chicane to kind of get through without major damage. Issues for the SRRT hypercar. So yeah, that 887 is in the pit lane right now. Car ahead just going. Okay, so we'll keep an eye. We just got that tidbit in the chat. We'll keep an eye on the Simline Rivals racing team. They've been in the pits for 20 seconds. This is not a stop and go, correct? I don't think I saw anything flash up for that. This is unscheduled. That's the A-Blix back again, or a Blix. Thank you very much. So, okay, we'll keep an eye on it. They're still sitting there. Now, this is not a driver swap. It would say DNF on the timing tower if this was a driver swap. It is not. So that must mean there is some sort of issue with the person here. I don't know. Are they repairing some sort of damage? I didn't see an incident. I'm not really sure. And there they go. Okay, more than a minute later, off they go. So this is a normal just pit stop for something. Was it damage? They left race while on track, said the A-Blix. So, okay. Oh, they're back going again. And out they go. And they're counting that as a long pit. 887. Now, I don't think they went out of the car, though. But the real penalty is counting that as a long pit. So if that uses up one of their long pits, that's going to be unfortunate for later when it comes to, you know, crunch time and staying within the limit of 15. So half their, or just about half their long pits done. Will this spice things up for them a little bit? Okay, well, they're back out on track and they seem to be okay now. Up to full speed, so keep an eye on it. 114 BMW into a long pit now. And the 054 Lemon Car Tradition Sim Sport into a pit as well. So this is this a short one? It might be. just heard them revving, so short pit stop for fuel and tires and stuff. Lovely Michelin Pilot Sport tires, and I think they're all on the medium compound as far as I can tell. At least it was previously when I was looking at the timing. So they were 4th before, now 6th. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, they've been going all up and down the leaderboard, so, you know, some people are having pits at different times, so that's kind of why. But now they've actually fell position, is what the Ablix is saying. Well, 30 seconds to the 031 Porsche. Go back to the 100 Corvette. Few seconds gap here to the car in front. Limitex 291. So let's see. This is really the closest gap right now. Reiter is back ahead of Tradition Sim Sports on the pit stop. Again, that's the battle for kind of 2nd and 3rd in GT3. Hope we're getting a good amount of both classes here. I really hope that we're trying to be fair about it. I know sometimes on TV they don't necessarily do a good job of handling everybody, but trying my best here. And if there is any particular cars you want to focus in on, please do let us know, just kind of like how the Ablix did a moment ago. Tomorrow I have to work at 7:45 AM. And not usually scheduled for the weekend too much these days, but I have been the last 2 weekends. Both opening, which was surprising. But we'll be done around 2 PM. I think this race will be done by then. And are they coming in? Oh, they were looking like they were going towards the pits. They're just staying the low line. Yeah, so see how it goes. AFS 130 on 10 long pits now, 5 remaining for them. And last place in Hypercar, they man, not running a good race now, unfortunately. Stop and go plus 16 seconds for swap time on the 130. And I don't know if Sasha's around, I don't know what that penalty means. Did they swap incorrectly? I'm not sure. Why stop and go plus 16 is the question, but another penalty on the 130? They must have been awarded that as they left the pits, but what exactly for is the question. It's bad to worse. I mean, they'll drop another lap, maybe even behind the Ferrari. Oh, what's happened to the 797? They're off again. And once again in the West Horseshoe. Yeah, gets it spun round. Go, go, go. There you go. Just in time before the next bit of traffic. That was done correctly when it was clear. That's yeah. Oh, And they were getting out of the way for traffic, I think, and then they just were like, oops, tyre barrier, no room to turn. And they had to reverse again. This is so unfortunate. So unfortunate. Alright, let's go back to the battle here. This is looking interesting now. Because now the 100 Corvette has worked up to the 291 BMW. Lovely purple and yellow, and he's going for it! And I think he will get it. No, what a touch! A touch! And really, is that necessary at this time? With 12 hours to go? Wow, okay, but he gets through. Hell or high water. To 18th overall, 6th in class. And I think they're going to try and go back for a swap here. Let's see. Into the bus stop. Keeping it, taking a last exit curve in, and whoa, look who's off there. That was a Porsche right there of the 031 actually, not the 130. This was actually the 031 this time. Went well off at the Le Mans chicane and then kind of came out of nowhere back to the banking. That was quite interesting, and they're going again. Thankfully just small mistakes, right? Won't lose you too much time. More likely they left 16 seconds too early. I see. So the Oblix is saying they left 16 seconds too early and they have to go do a stop and go for the remaining 16 seconds again as their penalty. So that I guess that makes sense. I mean, they have nothing more to lose by this point. It's just piling on them. It's kind of sad, actually, because by this point of the race, teams will start thinking, well, can we even make it to the finish, making up any more positions, or making up enough positions to be satisfied with something? And then that's when you start seeing DNFs start to happen, as less and less people seem willing to carry on. But let's not really think about that too much, because we do want everyone, or as many people as possible, to finish the race. But you do sometimes get those thoughts out of people when you have no full course yellows. You know, just have to keep trucking on despite being like, you know, several laps behind the leaders in your class. And that's kind of probably what the 130 is thinking now. They're a lap behind even the Ferrari in front of them. Oh, and that was another GT3 beside them. I hit the wrong key. They just hit the, well, the one you just see right there in the background. But, you know, it's probably thoughts think in their head now, man, we're a lap behind even the Ferrari, several laps behind the leader of the race. Is it worth it? And keep trucking on will be, I'm sure, difficult. .887 trying to catch up to the 031 Porsche. 933, now 7 long pits, and that's about average for most of the teams. It looks to be about right now, about 7. Some still on 6. If you're on 7 at this rate, you're just about perfect in the ballpark, from what I'm seeing. AFS is on 9. That's the most in Hypercar still, that hasn't changed. GT3, I was telling you earlier, the Player Zero team, they have 10 of 15 long stops now. And there's a couple on 9. Which you'd think most teams would be on 10 in like a few hours. Like, you know, like 6 hours to go in the race. Not 12. Let's go on board the number 010, who got past a bit of traffic there. I was looking to see if there was any bits of traffic bunched up. Because, you know, I like to see the traffic kind of go around each other, how they facilitate it. And that's kind of when incidents kind of happen. So to look at all the different cars that are navigating the traffic like this, kind of makes it a little more interesting for the viewers. Genesis rumbling away in the night. Now, about this point in the real life race, they had the 6.5 hours of full course yellow due to very intense fog. It appears in this race that will not be an issue. Oh, watch out. It looks like he was not quite on the line in person, and then he adjusted. The lights, go around. That's probably the easiest bit on the track to do an overtake. The speed difference is so massive. And then it's just agonizing in the bus stop. You have a GT3 right there. Try and get by, last minute, get around them. Try not to lose too much time. That's where races get negotiated. Once again, thanks everyone who is watching tonight. Really hope you're enjoying. I think we'll get to some drive interviews pretty soon. I've ran out of things to talk about. I also said earlier that I would go through the track stats again, and I did not keep my word on that. I do apologise. I should probably go and I'm just searching it up right now. I'm gonna see what we got. Okay, so the Daytona International Speedway. Obviously using the sports car course layout, the 24-hour road course layout. Home to 12 turns, which really doesn't feel like 12 turns, because they kind of put turn 2 as one big thing, where really it's like 3 turns in one. Turn 6 is also just one turn, even though it feels like 2. And then the Le Mans chicane, you know, the bus stop, is just 2 turns each, when it doesn't really feel quite like it. But yeah, 12 turns total, and stats on it, since 1985 till the present, hasn't changed. 3.56 miles, that's 5.729 kilometers if you live abroad. Obviously 12 turns. The banking is 31 degrees on the well, most of the circuit. Tri-oval section is just 18 degrees, and on the back straightaway it actually has a small 3-degree banking, which you really wouldn't notice unless you were kind of stopped. On the infield it's completely flat at 0. Alex Palou, who yes is a multi-time IndyCar champion, He, in the Cadillac DPI, I think it was its final, year? No, second to final year in DPI in 2022 in the Rolex 24, set the quickest lap ever on the circuit at 1:33.724. Again, the quickest real-life lap. We've obviously smashed that here in the simulator, as we're not following the complete real-life spec. But that is the quickest lap we've ever seen at the course, and I'm sure this year's hypercars or GTPs got pretty close. But that's the stats on that. Alex Palou, obviously one of the most well-known drivers in IndyCar at this race. Look for another title this year. The Oblix is cheering on HGE in the 031 Porsche. Wish them the best of luck. Oh wow, a stop and go and 141 seconds for the 787 GT3. They must have left their pit box without waiting. They're probably just saying, that's enough, we're done, we're just gonna go on out, we don't care about it, we're already losing so much. The 787, they must not be happy by this point. Oh my gosh, I mean, are they throwing in the towel? I don't know. I mean, they're technically still ahead of, what, 6 or 5 other cars, and once again, oh, having another moment. This is just sad. This really is sad. I mean, there is still 5 cars behind them, if you can believe it, but for this 787 team, and for the 039 as well, they also get an honourable mention. It has just gone from bad to worse for them. Can we see some on board of the 031? Sure, why not? Why not? So anyway, that's the stats on the sports car course. I actually didn't realize just how many layouts they had at Daytona. They have the short motorcycle course. They have obviously the NASCAR Tri-Oval, which has been 2.5 miles since 1959. Everyone knows that. But then they also used to have the sports car course of a separate layout from 1975 to 1983. So it has changed a little since then. In the Lola T600 in 1982 on the old layout, Danny Ongai, an American driver at that time's IMSA GTP, the very much old GTP from the 80s. In the Lola T600 had the race lap record of a 1:45.360, which today, that's slower than today's GT3s or GTDs. That's kind of cool. A Group 5 car has the race lap record for the 1959 to 1974 layout, which is only just ever so slightly different from the 75 to 83 layout. But a Ferrari 512M from 1971, Mark Donoghue, has that race lap record. So I guess if you just change the course ever so slightly, you get to keep your race lap record forever. Maybe I should just go out and set the quickest lap I can ever do on a course somewhere, slightly change it, and then be in the record books for life. Why not? How are they going to manage the traffic up here? This car here with some struggles throughout the race. Oh, they get by pretty easily. 114, not having a great race. Okay, is there any bunching of cars? Let's take a look at 9th and 1st. And a sec's in the middle. So if you look at 7th position, in the Peugeot, there's this bit of traffic up here. Yeah, lots of lockups, even though they're tiny lockups. Okay, my thing I was using for the live stream here had just cut off. Oh, and here it comes, it's back. Okay, had to look on the YouTube stream for a sec to see what happens. And then it came back. 11 long pits for the 787 now. I think they're throwing in the towel. I think it's over for them. Throwing in the towel here. Yeah. So, Manfrey56, we hope you enjoyed your onboard there of the 031. Looks like everyone very much so enjoys it. Okay, you know what? I don't think it's worth mentioning every drive-through taken anymore. There's no point. There's too many. Even if it happens to the leaders, everyone's going to have it at some point. So I'm just going to not mention that anymore unless it's very important. Be there in the top left portion of your screen if you want to look at them. So how's everyone's weekend? Is everyone ready for tomorrow? First of February, can you believe it? Already. First month of 2026 coming to a close. And feels like it's barely started, right? Can we get TV feed of 045? Absolutely. Well, we've been kind of going around to everyone, but yep, absolutely. Well, right behind the 031 actually. But well, I say right behind, but 3 laps behind. Sure. With the rear wing now. Someone must have added that on at some point, modeled that into the car. HGE Ian Tubon of Italy in the car right now. And for the 045 car of One Sport Front Row, or OSFR, Gabriel Prado of Brazil in the car right now, the Peugeot. Almost 3 AM for you, wow. Oh, I guess it is already 1st of February. Yeah, for me it's only 8:44, so you know, it's still a few hours to go. But yeah, I know that's right. For some of you, maybe many of you, it's already 1st of February there. By the way, Blank NVM, welcome back. Saw you from earlier. Okay, let's see if Sasha's out of the car, because he could probably help facilitate some driver interviews. We had a round, well, kind of first round of them earlier, earlier in the night. We may get another round soon. If you're looking in the Discord, you might have seen a cool photo from one of the Polish drivers with their Moza wheel. Moza setup. Actually, yeah, they have a Moza base as well, and their Assetto Corsa layout, which is kind of cool. They actually use the default leaderboard, which surprises me. Do you guys not use... how many of you use RaceLab? This is not sponsored, by the way, I'm just asking, because I did, believe it or not, subscribe to the lifetime membership. Not even membership, the lifetime use. $300 lifetime use, or license, I guess it is, of RaceLab. And I'm actually wondering, like, how many of you actually use that compared to like something that's free? How many of you use RaceLab? Especially like if you do iRacing, really useful there compared to the default stuff. But even on other simulators, it works with pretty much everything nowadays. It's really got better. How many of you use that? Because I'm starting to use it a bit more. The only thing I don't really like is the customizability of the colors. Like, it's always like yellow, blue, and like this purple, red color. I really wish I could change that. But I do like how it looks. Bird McGrandon, welcome on in. Hello, back. He says, it looks like you're about to go find the Moose Man. Who is this Moose Man you speak of? I don't know, Bird McGrandon says funny things like that. And Blank says, who the hell is the Moose Man? Is a 0-1 still on the fight for the podium? At this rate, Kirby, because it's 3 laps behind third place, I cannot put well, 2 laps behind third place. I cannot see that happening unless the 2 cars ahead of them have things happen, big things happen. So, or let's say unlikely. It's never impossible, obviously, but I'd say unlikely. And then, of course, that goes the same for everyone behind them. I'm sorry that's the answer, but that's what I'm thinking anyway. It'd be very difficult by this stage. Anything is possible in 12 hours and 8 minutes. But, yeah, so I'll never say no, but I'll say it's very difficult. How about that? Yeah, if I say no, then you have the right to say, well, never say never. Oh, look at that. That was well executed. And that's just a 0-2-3, and it's masterclass right there. As they have to work their way back. They were dominating early in this race, and now they're squarely a lap down on the leader. So you know what? Never say never, right? As, you know, they fell back so much. It does sound like we are going to get another round of driver interviews in a moment. And Sasha just posted about it. So I'll be waiting in the interview room. Well, for some reason I'm in the interview number 1 room, but I guess they'll be waiting in the interview number 2 room. GT3 fight on track P18. Yes, but I mean, they're kind of going in and out with it. A whole gaggle of cars in front of them there. Well, the BMW just went by. Well, not that BMW, this one. Oh, I could have sworn it was a BMW, maybe it wasn't, but no, there's a whole bunch of cars together. Let's go to 5th place. Alpine here. Well, that's 019. Ah, they're in the thick of it. Okay. Well, that's 019. Yeah, they appear to have a pretty good lead there. Limitex needs to find the draft somewhere. Maybe off that Mustang. Oh, and what's happened here? And into the grass in the Le Mans chicane is the Corvette of the 100 again. Back on. I saw the blip there of the red and I was like, uh-oh. Not again. They're doing fine now, okay. Okay, right, so... and missed the overtake, yeah. Christopher's the top 3 in the GT rookie class. It could have been pro, finished within like 30 seconds of each other at Daytona this year. Bird McRandom says. Yeah, well, again, full course yellow versus not having a full course yellow, and off again. Oh my goodness. 291 here. But, what was I saying? Lost my train of thought. I was saying full course yellow versus not having a full course yellow. That makes a big difference. Oh, ooh, watch out, AFS. Watch out. Oh, they're spinning their tires. Are they stuck? Oh my goodness, they might be stuck in place. Or are they revving on purpose? Are they revving on purpose or are they stuck? And this is highly peculiar. I think AFS is just over it. Oh, and now they have gone out. So the 130, did they have a disconnect issue? Were they revving on purpose, or were they just saying that's it, we're done? I'm not sure. But the 130 is out of the server right now. We'll see if they reconnect or not. Could that have been the first DNF of the whole race right there? I'm not sure. Oh, you fell asleep during the full course yellow? And resumed the race when I woke up. You know what? I was watching during that full 6.5 hours of full course yellow. I woke up at round about 2 AM, right? By that point, they'd already done about 2 hours of full course yellow. Then, I was like, okay, there's fog. Looks like it's not letting up. We're gonna go get some food. Got some food, sat back right here in the chair, lean back, just kind of relaxed. And, you know, if I was tired, I'd go back to bed, but I never really got tired again. And I got through the whole full course yellow, watching the whole thing and listening to the chats about everything, you know, not just racing, that's for sure. And I actually really enjoyed it. It was actually nice because the cars were just rumbling slowly around. There was no pressure, there was no real racing to attend to, but you could still hear the sounds of racing, sounds of cars, right? And I actually, contrary to the rest of you know, people in the chat who were like, oh, it's a big green flag, there's not that much fog, look at it, you can see there's hardly any fog. You know, people in YouTube chats go, right? But I was actually very much enjoying it. I was of the opposite opinion. I very much enjoyed it. Now, if it was the entire race, that would be quite boring. But it was thankfully at a time of the race that was fairly inconsequential. They got their driver time in, so no one got disqualified or anything. It didn't red flag because of drive time limits, right? 4 in any 6-hour period. So everyone got to get in the car. I think one person was in a car for like a full 4-hour stint, which was crazy. And then they got to have green flag running for the final 6 hours to the finish. So they actually did get a fair finish in. So, you know, as a one-off, you know, once in a very long while like this, I did not mind it whatsoever. Did not mind it. Looks like the AFS has came back in the server. And so, what is the story on the 130? Maybe we'll have to get an interview for them. Okay, Sasha, if you are ready to pull up people for interviews, I'd be more than happy to. We'll see if, I don't know if we'll get any of the people from the 130, but we'll see. They are still sitting in the pits as we speak, and their timer's not running, it just says 12th. We will keep an eye on this story. A game free, says AC Friends. That's Sasha, I believe, in the chat telling me that. Okay. Sourcing the whole grid and completely restarting the race is an IMSA thing I really don't like, says Sasha. So, you know what? They're not a fan. They're not a fan. I like it in a sense that it neutralizes the field after a crash, and, you know, obviously you need time to clean up the crash, right? And you can have a restart that's pretty, you know, wild and hectic again. You know, kind of is like a reset for some, and, you know, for some it's a way to get right back in the race, that they're almost a lap behind, but not quite off the lead lap. They can still have a chance to do something. I don't know, for some might sound kind of unfair, but for a dramatic and TV point of view, viewers tend to like that sort of thing, adding drama to it. Does it make some people go, well, the last like half an hour, a couple of hours of racing feel pointless? I can understand people saying that, but that's just all part of the game. You have to manage your tires effectively to remember, oh hey, this full course yellow could come out at any point. Save, save, save everything, and be ready for a restart. It's all part of the game. I don't see a problem with it. Now, does it need to take 15 minutes for a full sequence like it does in real life IMSA? No, especially in sim racing. You don't have to go round and round the track when no one's doing anything. I get that, but let's say if you had like a 1 or 2 lap sequence or 3 lap sequence where everyone gets to bunch up, have their shot at taking a pit stop, come back out, and then go back to green. It'll only take like, what, 5 minutes, right? Doesn't have to take as long as maybe IMSA does, right? I think that'd be really, really fun. But not everyone agrees with me, that's for sure. I'm not always the guy of the most popular opinion, that's for sure. Let's turn on the autocam. Let's see, who do we have prepared for driver interviews now? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone there yet. Okay, just let me know, folks, when they are ready. If there's anyone in chat listening on, open invitation for anyone. Blank NVM has to get some sleep, so I think that means they're headed off. Blank NVM, thanks so much for joining tonight. We really appreciate it. Yeah, they're 3 AM, but they'll come back later. We'll see. Well, I'm only on for another couple of hours, but Blank, thanks so much, and take care and have a great sleep. It is just past 12 hours to go. We're just under 12 hours to go in the 24 hours of Daytona, presented by AC Friend. We are into the second half of the race now, the Daytona 24 hours. If you are here right now, you're in the thick of it. I'm your host, Mark Rio, commentating you through the next couple of hours remaining here for me tonight of this race. So we'll have about 10 hours to go when I head off tonight, with Rahul Nasir taking over the final 6 hours of the racing action. driver interviews to come up pretty shortly, so have a listen on in to the sights and sounds here at Daytona as the race continues on. And indeed, we do have someone ready to go for a driver interview at the moment. Sasha says people are tired or sleeping, which is true, but we do have someone coming in now. So we'll go ahead and prep to bring them on in. I just need to find their team here. Just give me 1 second. Where is it? You know what I should do? Oh, okay. Oh, that's because yeah, some of the people's numbers in the Discord are on different numbers in the actual race, so it gets me confused. That's why. Ah, okay. 019. Okay, so joining from the 019 crew then, we'll have from the Siege Motorsports team, it's CJ Drew joining us. CJ, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Good evening.
Good evening, and how is the 019 going at the moment?
It's going okay. We kind of had a rough start of the race, but we're putting some pace down. We're currently fighting for P4 in class.
And it looks like, despite, I know you had a couple of issues earlier, I do recall, at least in part one of the stream. By the way, folks, this is the car you see on stream right now with the kind of old Japan flag on the top. I don't know if it was intended for that, but yeah, despite a couple of incidents, you seem to have been running smoothly for the last little bit, and still 3 laps behind the Audi. They've kind of pulled away, because I remember at one point you guys were battling. How is the battle going with that Audi and all the other cars?
It's going pretty well. We're having fun. They're actually behind us, I think, once they catch up in long stops. But Watt E is just, absolutely cooking it. Same with, Ryder and even Tablespoon. They're putting down some great laps, good consistent time. So we're having fun. We're getting down there. The out cargos, they've been shining in consistency. Just kind of staying out there. But I think their best lap is like a low 44. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully we're able to stay clean. Trying to stay out of the faster cars' way.
Yeah, well, I mean, it looks like, yeah, the Watty Racing team absolutely dominating this race, and they're the only car on the lead lap of their class now. Even the 054, maybe this is because of long stops, but they are still even then a lap behind, and so this is just a race you're running on your own. You're still ahead of Limits X, which also had a bit of a fan group in here earlier. But 38 seconds back, you're keeping ahead of them. And so, yeah, fun is the name of the game. It's just making it through here. And you were mentioning long stops. You were probably seeing earlier, if you were watching the stream, some of the Thailand drivers. They were running into a little bit of trouble. A couple of their teams, where they were already at 10 of 15 long stops. For you guys, actually, I'm looking at Team Itan or Ithan 787. They're already on 11 now, actually.
Oh man!
So you guys on 7, you're running right in the middle. You guys are probably feeling good about all of your stints.
Yeah, I did like a 4 stints in the beginning, and then we had a guy do another 4. So we've been kind of, when you're doing 4 stints, you don't use as many long stops. And then I think Ethan specifically, or Ethan, they had a rough start, a lot of contact with other cars. They probably had to do some repairs, but yeah, we'll see how the long stops play out. It's definitely a fun aspect that sim racing has, that the real IMSA or WEC doesn't. You're able to kind of look and be like, people are usually only, if they're off a pit strategy, it's 30 seconds, 40 seconds kind of alternating, but here it can be 300 seconds, so it's interesting.
It certainly is. It looks like this is the first majority US team that I've seen in this race. So we got you, we got Larry Tucker, who's also from the USA, and then you got a Brazilian, Felipe Farias. I hope I'm saying that right. Farias, maybe. So yeah, that's the first one I've seen. And so how are you guys vibing together then through the midnight hours? Obviously 3 instead of 4, you can have a little more drive time.
Yeah, we're having a great time, having lots of fun. We all have the same sense of humor, so it works out. But we don't have any European teammates, so the time zone advantage isn't necessarily there. We're all within 3 hours of each other, so we're having to work with that. But it's going good. Our Brazilian guy is driving right now. My stream, I think, is delayed from yours, but he passed Wat-E. We unlapped ourselves. 1 down, 5 more to go. um, so we're having a good time.
Indeed, yeah. Well, 5 more to go. That's the spirit, right? That's how you want to think about this race. So, well, best of luck to you guys. It seems like you're running your own race. You're not having as many issues as, say, the 797 or any of the folks really at the back. And I was calculating it up earlier. I think it's something like almost 30 laps between first and last place in GT3. So
is it really? Wow.
Something like that, because if I'm reading this correctly, I mean, you look at the bottom, you see like +4 laps, then +3 laps, and so on. So that's, if I'm reading that correctly, it should be 30 laps between all of them, which is a pretty big skill difference. But yeah, best of luck to you guys, and well, let's see if you get maybe a little closer to the podium before the end of this race.
Yeah, thank you for commentating, man. Have a great night.
You very much. Thank you, CJ. Very much welcome. So that's the 019 Siege team there, the kind of majority US but 1 Brazilian driver team in the Nissan GTR. Felipe in the car right now. So let's see who else we got. And I think we are now going to go up to the... Going up to hypercar class. It's, I believe, the hold on. Let me just check and see. No, it's not. I'm just waiting for confirmation on who it is. Because again, like I mentioned before, some of the numbers from what people have to what it actually is a little bit different. So I'm just making sure I got it correct. We'll get to our next one here in just a moment. The Eblix says, I'll pop in if it's not too anxiety inducing for me too. You're more than welcome to. More than welcome to. Okay. Hold on. Give me 1 sec. We'll wait for Sasha to tell me who's coming up next here. If I had the list on paper, I could just look through every single driver and find it. But I thought we were going to hypercar class because I saw the number in Discord, and then I tried to cross-reference it, and I was like, wait, no, that's not correct. Yeah. Okay, I think I finally found it. Finally found out. I'd take a look around and find it. Right, so this is from the Triple Eight rather team, Slow Thunder Racing. So this is actually one of the Corvettes. So we'll drag them on in. Finally found it, and indeed, fellow Canadian. So we were talking about folks having mostly American team. Well, now this is a 2/3 Canadian team and then 1 American. So from Slow Thunder Racing, let's welcome on in Nick Kindred. Nick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. And well, the 888 Slow Thunder. Well, it's been an interesting race for you. We had pointed you out in the broadcast a couple of times earlier. But how is it for you there? 22nd overall and 10th in class. I do, by the way, like the green and white livery. How is it for you?
It's going pretty good. We had a little bit of a rough start there before the green even waved. There was some contact in the back, which kind of put us back at the grid, which we kind of clawed our way back from it, and now I guess we're just trying to keep position. Really, we're just paying attention to Valkyrie ahead, see what kind of long stops they're doing, what kind of times they're doing, trying to keep pace with them. I believe we are one long stop ahead of them, so a little bit of a benefit for us. And then, yeah, the cars behind are kind of just, I don't know, there's still 12 hours left, so I don't want to jinx anything. But we don't really have to worry about them for now, which is a little less stress on us, which is nice.
Which is good. Yes, squarely in the mid pack. And I recall earlier you had an incident. I'm trying to recall it in my brain, which obviously is not very big, but it's the one of many incidents we've had across GT3. But
yeah, of course.
yeah, right. I can't remember if it was in the International Horseshoe. I really can't remember. It was somewhere.
Yeah, I believe it was.
Somewhere on the infield.
Yeah, near the start of the race there. What happened was there was 4 of us GT3s in a line, and I don't know, either the guy leading the line or the second person checked up a little bit in the International Horseshoe. And I was the driver at the time. I wasn't really expecting anything, and yeah, I just gave him a little bit of a love tap and spun him around. So just kind of happens in racing. You're not really expecting, you know, everybody to slow down that much in the at the apex. So.
Exactly. One's going faster, one's going slower. It's hard to judge sometimes. Yeah, no, you weren't the only one that would have had an incident kind of like that in this race, so not to worry.
And we're just kind of trying not to take too many cuts, keep our spins as a minimum. There have been a couple just by ourselves, little mistakes here or there, but that happens. We're just here to have fun.
And I'm really trying to figure out how that is happening so often. I was looking at the lead and how the 023 and especially the 010 just had so many track cuts, and I'm thinking, how could they possibly have this many? Is it the Le Mans chicane? Is it somewhere else? I don't understand why it's so little, and then how they just keep making the same mistake once they make it, because it is a lot of time each time you're coming through and through, and they kind of keep trading it back and forth to each other. So the impact maybe isn't as big, but it just kind of blows my mind. What do you, as a driver, what is making you guys cut the track so much?
Honestly, for us, it's just a mix of a little bit too much staring in our rear view mirror when we're going through the Le Mans chicane. A lot of the times the hypercars can be a little aggressive through there. So, you know, you're trying to watch them and then you make a little mistake, and, you know, coming into the second turn, you cut it a little close. I know a lot of people will do that for the third one as well, cut that one a little too close. The exit's pretty, there's a lot of space out there, so it's hard to cut that one, but I think most of the cuts are coming in that second and third, the 2 rights there in the Le Mans chicane.
Yeah, on the exit, and I've done that before myself, because I don't know what Real Penalties track file is using. I just know on the default layouts anyway. What I've noticed when I drive, which I'm not very quick, but when I do drive, I notice on the exit, if you take even just a little too much curbing, you don't even really have to even take the grass necessarily, but even just the tiniest little bit too much, and it will ding you for it. It will, you know, even when you're practicing, when you're hot lapping, it will say, you know, cut detected and the lap time deleted, and it's just like, really? Are you kidding me? You know. Like, you see exiting right here, and I think they took it right on the AAA, but it just makes you think, is this a little bit too much? But
no, the ACF guys do a really good job in terms of setting the track limits and stuff. Really, it's more just, you know, especially for our team, we were doing a lot of offline practicing. We may not have been using the same track limits, so, you know, the first half of our stints are typically trying to, you know, remove the previous line out of our brains and then readjust to the new track lines. That's completely a fault of our own. We should have been practicing with the proper track lines. But no, the ACF guys, they do a really good job in terms of making sure that the oh geez, sorry. I guess the bounds of the track are, you know, they're not too harsh. They're not too harsh. They're not too free. But really, it's about keeping that consistency. And again, like a lot of the times, you know, if you're going through the Le Mans chicane 2x2, I guarantee you one of those drivers are getting the cut.
Well, yeah, it's something that's been plaguing a bunch of teams, not just you guys. So best of luck on that. And it looks like Sasha is very thankful for your support to them, and I have to say the same thing. It looks like the mods that they made are just absolutely fantastic. So
oh, they put so much work into this. Every year that I come back and I do Daytona, I'm shocked at the amount of improvements that they do year over year, and the new car models that they bring in and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, they do a really good job.
And Bear Stormer is saying, "That's my boy." I think that was direct.
Yeah, that's our American teammate, Nathan.
Ah, there you go. Yes. Well, there you go, Nathan Bear. I should have known that because I had the spreadsheet open. But yes, Nathan Bear, and then you also have Ryan Conrad as well, who is, I believe, currently in the vehicle. So, how do you like Ryan as a teammate as well? And both Canadian, but I need to know where from in this vast country.
The GTA, actually. Both he and I are from the same area. We're friends outside of sim racing as well. We did meet through sim racing through a local league that we did. That was about 2 years ago. And pretty much ever since then, he and I have been doing team events together, and we were doing a bunch of leagues and stuff. We did one on Assetto Corsa Competizione, and that's actually where we met Nathan. And the three of us, we pretty much have the same humor. We're laughing all the time. You know, there's never a dull moment in our chat. And yeah, so the three of us ended up making a team together, and we entered the 24-hour this year.
Oh, that's absolutely fantastic. Well, yes, also for me from the GTA, and so it's great to have local people in the race here, and I'll be at CTMP this year. Hopefully you guys go as well if you go to Real Life Racing, and also the IndyCar race coming up to my hometown for this year, which is just fantastic because used to have to go down to, and sorry, I am going to stop that because the AAA was just involved in an incident. I didn't see the whole thing there. I have to watch the replay. What just happened there? That was a contact with another couple of GT3. I'm going to watch it back again. Hold on. Sorry about this.
My stream's a little behind on yours. I just saw what happened. Looks like one of the BMW GT3s was rejoining.
And yes, it was indeed. It was the 291 car rejoining, and at a very terrible moment. And somehow the hypercar of, I think it was the 887, managed to avoid that, which I'm not really sure how, but wow, that was quite the shunt. How much damage that is for you, I will let you find out in a few minutes. So I'll just ask a couple more questions then. So yeah, IndyCar Markham this year I'll be going. I used to have to go down the exhibition for that, and now I can go a couple of kilometers west from here. But yeah, so to end off then for Nick Kindred here, who's in the interview with us, how long until you're going to get back in the car? Are you going to have a few hours, final stints? What's the plan for you?
I think Ryan here is going to do a triple. I believe he's in his first stint now. So I probably have about an hour and 32 hours until I'm in the car again. And then I'll probably be doing a triple or a quad myself, just to bring us into the night. Well, night here, I guess.
Wow, yeah, well, into the morning, yeah. Quad is quite a lot, because that's going to be, remember folks, there's a longer unless correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is longer than the hypercars where they go a little more than half an hour. In these, you can go up to about 55 minutes on one single stint. So that could be nearly 4 hours, or about 3.5 hours in the car. So that's quite a long time. And so,
Yeah.
well, best of luck. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that, like, when you're 3 people, that's kind of you know, you kind of have to do those long stints just to make sure that you can also get some rest. So.
Yeah, well, we'll let you go then, Nick. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, and best of luck for you guys for the rest of the race then, especially with 2 local Greater Toronto area folks driving here.
Well, thank you for having me, and I hope you have a great rest of your night, and good luck to all the racers out there, and thank you again, ACF, for hosting such a wonderful event. And quick shout out to my buddy Dennis. That's about it.
Shout out to Dennis, and thank you, Nick, very much. Take care.
Alrighty, thank you. Bye.
Right, folks, thank you for that. I think that was what we had for interviews. If there is any further ones, we'll take them, but that was what I've noticed in the queue so far anyway. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Okay, well, that was a big shunt there on the AAA. I had to watch that back on replay a couple of times. We don't have it live on the stream, like live replay on the stream, but we do. I don't know if I can control this. Let me see if I can get back into Paris. I can control it. I'll figure this out. It looks like I have control, and then I don't for some reason. But yeah, it's oh, there we go. Let's see if that works. Ah, okay, there we go. Sometimes the keyboard has a little disconnection, and I have to figure it out to reconnect. There we go. So what was I saying? So yeah, that's Nick, who had a fantastic interview there. Actually, pretty much all of our interviews have been fantastic tonight, I have to say. And I do wumble on a bit with my questions, which I do apologise, but you know how it can be when you think of everything at once. But at least for the AAA, doesn't look like it's going to impact them because they're so far ahead of BMW 114, and then the Valkyrie, who they said they were going to catch up to here, it looks like it's another 28 seconds. Or no, it's another lap entirely, excuse me. Yeah, so that's the unfortunate reality of that, but they're having fun. That's what matters. Everyone is having fun in them. And you got to support that. So 797 last place now. Are they officially out of it is the question. Here comes Alexis, who is ahead by 3, presumably ahead by 3 laps. I'm actually not sure how much they're ahead by, but the 287 coming in now. So I don't know if ITAN Racing, if that's it for them, or if they're still going. Looking on the spreadsheet, Srisakol is supposed to be in the car. Oh, yep, they're back. Yes, they are back. 2 laps now behind the 287. So okay, it was just a long pit sequence. You never really know until they spawn back in, so. Valkyrie 082 to a long pit sequence now. A bunch of people are doing that. Look at this. Ooh. I haven't looked at the inside of the Ferrari yet tonight, and that looks very nice. Very, very nice. So yeah, having 2 Canadians and an American team, that's fantastic, because they're on the same time zone as us, 9:24 Eastern, or at least maybe 3 hours separation if they're on the West Coast. But, you know, this is their evening, this is their prime time. They might have an advantage over some of the folks in the early hours of the morning. What happens if you have like a disconnect by internet and you don't have the guy on standby because they're sleeping? That's a real risk in sim racing, right? And then you have to try to frantically wake them up on Discord or something. You hope that's never a scenario that happens. Wow, 12 of 15 long pits for the 787 team now. They're about to get a penalty pretty soon. And that's Sanakit Changjit, hopefully I'm saying that right, now getting into the car. And they have the most of any team. And so I think at 11 and a half hours to go, they are to get a penalty, because just naturally you are going to have to get out of the car at some point. And so they're not going to try and save it now. I think they've thrown in the towel for that. Well, battle for the lead is 44 seconds. Still plenty of time. But it looks like What E Racing has fully surrendered the lead now. Like, even on pit sequences and such, like, they've fully surrendered it. They're going to have to fight their way back up after all they did in the front half of the race. Their GT3 team will keep trucking along. They're 2 laps ahead of the Mercedes 076 now. And normally at this time of the race you'd kind of have a Sacred Coffee sponsor bit. I don't have any Sacred Coffee or really any coffee. I have a water bottle that has about 250 milliliters left. I have 4 Fudgio cookies, because I did mention I live in Canada, right? We have we have this brand called Christie. I don't know if I don't know if he's still listening in the chat there, the team we just talked to, but I have some Fudgio cookies with me, which pretty good, I must say. They're pretty good. However, cookies have gotten a lot smaller in the last few years. Shrinkflation is a real thing. Because even though the box might stay the same, the content of the cookie very much has shrunk. And so you open it up, it's kind of like an Oreo in a way, right? Like, you can open up the cookie, you look at the cream inside, and you notice that the cream is just so much less than it was before. And you're like, man, I feel like I'm being scammed. Oh, that is a tight one on the inside, but they got it. Fair enough there by the 31 Porsche. I don't know if I would have gone for that move personally if I was driving, but I have to take risks. But yeah, what do you folks think about cookies? Maybe in a moment I'll mute to have a couple. The only thing is, if I get food stuck in my throat, it makes me cough a little more. And I don't want to mute too much. This is first world problems, but that is what I'm contemplating at the moment. My Dr. Pepper is pretty much done from earlier. Touched it. Let's turn on the autocam, because it will get far more of the action than I can. I just don't like the amounts of helicam it does. That's the only complaint I have about this camera experience. It's the amount of helicam. Now I understand it's probably a holdover from the Nürburgring race where they do actually have a little bit of helicam. At Daytona, you'll never see helicam quite like that. You might sometimes get like a overall shot of Daytona, like from really, really high up, like on a drone, right? But no such camera really exists in the sim. There's a good amount of cars there. Oh, I thought that was the Ford. It's not. Who was it? Not sure. It's just ahead, actually. See, it goes to helicam and then you can't see what's going on. Go inside. Who was that ahead? It was the yeah, I thought it was the red and blue one there. I thought it was the Ford, but maybe not. This is Corvette behind. Oh, and that car is coming to the pit lane now, actually. That is... Oh, I just can't read it. No, it is the Ford. It is the Ford. Okay, I don't know what I was doing then. 5:51 to the pits. Yeah, it's the only Ford. It very much looked like it. Looked like the Ford. By the way, did you know that Multimatic, which now in real life is kind of like the team that runs the Ford, one of the teams that runs the Fords in the GT3 class, not the same as Proton. You know, they have the grey colour. No, the Ford Multimatic team, they actually run out of my home city, I found out last weekend. So that's pretty cool. Is that the quickest lap of the race for the Ferrari? They're 1:32. And they're still 2 seconds even then behind the quickest lap of the race. That's the MMM team just put in their quickest lap of the race right there. Okay. And off they go. So that was a short pit, not a long pit. And then it's a long, agonizing bit round turn 1. And a little bit earlier than it is in real life. It's actually further ahead than this. So they can now speed up. But in reality, I think it's actually up here now, right there where they just crossed. That's where the real life pit lane exit line is now. I don't know if it's a possibility you can even change that in the sim, but yeah, they changed that back I think a few years ago. P1 to 3 into 17 seconds. Or P3 to P2, 20 seconds. Cleaned long stops. Hold on, let's take a look at the long stops. P1 and P3 in hypercar. Oh wow, 9 long stops for the 082 now. They're not in third though. In third place is the 292. 292, if I do a bit of scrolling, they're on 6. Okay, 6 for the 292. 023 is on 7. And the 010, the leader, is 6 as well. Leo's still in the car. Wow, Leo Schwartz is still in the car of the 023. Sorry, no, of the 010 car. The Cadillac. Interesting. So both Warhol cars now next to each other, kind of bouncing up and down. One of their cars was in the lead at one point, I think it was the 292. So can Watty Racing get back on the lead lap? That's the question now. Get back on the lead lap, try and fight their way back to the lead. What's happened to their lap times? Has it fallen off? Have they not been able to recover since, or whatever incident they had earlier? It must have been when I was not commentating. Because I came back after I ate some food, and I was like, hang on a second, why are they in second place? And they must have had a big incident or something. I'm looking at their lap times. They are going quite a bit quicker. Yeah, last lap was about a second quicker than the 010. So 23 putting on the horsepowers now. Oh, you gotta get stuck behind. Even then, that loses you like half a second. See the deltas there in the far bottom right hand side of the screen, along with the gear and the speed. That's the speed in kilometers per hour, by the way. Just the braking and throttle telemetry. Oh, right, the 76 car drive through for cutting the track. So second place, another one. That allows Watty Racing to continue to build the lead, and that might help Tradition Sim Sports once again. I only talked about it because it was important for the podium, but interesting. Now AFS's quickest lap of the race. A long way to the Ferrari. And don't forget, folks, people would have had to do, usually people would have had to do trainee races, get into the race, and they're kind of like verified really good drivers, right? They have to sit, they have to go through a process, and they have to hit certain benchmarks to make this race, right? Qualify for the race. But when I was talking in the Discord last night, I believe for this race the qualifications were not as high. You still have to, like, obviously register and stuff, and usually there's like a entry fee such as well, so you have to be like really serious about it. I believe this time though it wasn't quite as strict, and such. Obviously, it's allows for some who maybe didn't have as much practice to come on through. But overall, like the way the race has been conducted, I haven't seen too many big incidents. There's been a few like bad rejoins and stuff, but I haven't not seen anything anything beyond that. So as far as sim racing is concerned, you can applaud that. And you learn as you go how to properly rejoin and stuff. Let's see what Reiter's doing now as they head out to turn 7 and onto the banking. Again, this is still a lap behind the leader, but this is on the podium. So he's going to look for it now. I think he's going to go for it and easily get it. Gets it done. Tradition Sim Sport not in second for very long, it seems. And now taking that momentum. 045 and a 721. Swapping there with the pit sequence. And what's happened to the Ford? Oh, they're in the wall. And the 551 again with struggles. Ooh. Okay, they waited, thankfully. Just before the International Horseshoe. That's a funny place to go into the wall there. Maybe they locked up and then turned violently to the left. Because they were facing the complete opposite way in the barrier there, even before the corner. So, more troubles for the Mustang crew there. He's pulling away. The Merc is pulling away. Looks like the AFS is starting to put in quicker laps now. As Reiter comes to the pit lane. And now we'll go off sequence again. What did they gain off of that little bit there that they were drafting and battling? Will this be a long pit sequence? I guess not, because they're in their own pit box and they're staying in. Not a long pit sequence here. Windhausen has done a very long stretch of this race for the team. You can kind of call him their main guy. And let's see how long this really takes here. Philipp Kunz. Remember him from the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring race. Looks like he is in the car, along with Kevin Simon as well, who obviously a very nice guy. And away they go. Little more than a minute later, they'll leave the pit lane. And let's see as they leave here, what's the timeout? 76.2 seconds. Oh, little bit of netcode. Ah, that might be what's stopping them. Little bit of netcode on the car in front. This was one of the kind of problem cars we had. So that kind of makes sense. And he's flashing him. He's saying, "Get out of the way. You're 19th in class. Please, can we get by? We're losing time." Finally, they go. I think it's because of ping. And that's the 797 team, I think, in the Corvette, if I'm not misunderstanding. And that could be why. It's been a struggle for them. The leader with the 887, or second place now. Watty Racing used to be leader, got so used to it early on. actually got, oh yes, they're a lap down now, but staying out of the way of them. They actually looked a bit quicker, the LP. Which for Watty Racing, I don't know if you like to hear that. Shouts. Oh gosh, that was close. He was coming up on him so quick. There was going to be another moment there, but thankfully avoided. Just trying to chase down 665 and do so before the next pit sequence. It's just so nice to see them, you know, go through the traffic, see how they navigate it. Especially right here on the infield section of the car we're looking at right now in 5th position. You see on the track map how many cars he has to go through in front of him here, kind of before the speedway. And this is where it, you know, really is won and lost. I don't think I've seen any corner without some tyre smoke in this race. People are running their tyres around. Oh my goodness. I guess it's not like in real life where you have a finite amount of sets. It's truly infinite here, so go ahead, rip them apart, right? I thought you could maybe on CSP, like in a custom config, be able to limit tyre sets, but maybe that's just my mind. Maybe that's just me thinking correctly. I've played around with custom CSP stuff before. Not as easy as you think, that's for sure. He got by us in a lap. I mean, look at that. All that GT3 traffic. It's a joy to watch. Seven laps plus 3 minutes. Then we'll see exact delta between P1 and P2. Okay. Oh, I thought he was coming in. They're almost hitting that cone to the entry of the pit lane, and maybe they're trying to psych somebody out. I don't know what Tradition Sim Sport has in mind when they do that, but it looked like they were coming in and then they go away. And I think in real life that's kind of dangerous doing it that way, but the sim you can. But yeah, they were like pretty much hitting the cone there. Okay, so Sasha's telling me that Tim Stoll does a short stop in 3 laps, 023, and then we can see the exact delta to Moritz after their 7th long stop. Okay, keep an eye on that then. 023, they are here. Right, we're going to keep an eye on that then. Thank you, Sasha, for that update. Very much appreciative. That adds extra context into the stream that people otherwise might not know. And I certainly wouldn't know. It's too much to keep up on everything. when exactly people are pitting and such. That's why you usually have a team of people dealing with that, and not just one. But that's what he meant by what he said. So, but nonetheless, even when the next pit stop happens for the 10, I don't know. We'll see. Eventually, we'll get back to how it is now again, even if it temporarily shows the delta. It's only temporarily. Everyone is off sequence. Let's take a look at the Ferrari as they head through traffic. How will they manage here? Okay, do get by. Oh, someone going slowly, I'm seeing. And that's 27th, is it? It's the Ford. Ford on the apron. I just caught it on the track map. The Ford back on again and going. I saw them going slowly. And here comes Watty Racing, the 023 for their pit stop. And here we go then. So, in third place, the 292 Wohol car is second place there. And then we will see this gap. P1 to P3 for a short moment too, okay. Oh, here they go. This is indeed Tim Stoll doing the short stop now. Nearly out to the grass. Don't get your wheels too much on the grass. And out they go at 43 seconds. And there we go. So 47 seconds to the second place 292. Now we have to wait for the 010 then, okay. And we'll see what happens. Oh! Oh no! And Tim gets a little bump on the back of a GT3. He gets it going again, but that was a little boop. Oof, that was not what he wanted to see. Oh, now he's flashing the lights. He's angry about that. We interviewed him earlier, oh, and I think maybe even had a little tap on one of the Acura NSX cars there, who are kind of running together. Wow, interesting from Tim Stoll. You wouldn't normally see that. Well, that's certainly not going to help you there, Sasha, that's for sure. If we could just see it on replay again, that's was coming out of turn 7. Stick on board just for a moment, just to see if anything else happens, but well, that can't help in your battle for P2. Oh, we got a lovely message in chat from Dennis Rowe Jr. Shouts out to my boys Nick, Brian and Nathan at Slow Thunder Racing, who we just talked to earlier in AAA. Oh, lovely. Really wish I made it in for this race, but started a few days too late. Dennis, thank you so much. And I think you did get a shout out earlier in the interview from, I think it was from Nick. Yeah, Nick Kindred, who we interviewed. So Nick made sure to shout you out there. That's very nice. I'll try not to be too biased to the team, the AAA team, because I'm supposed to kind of be neutral when it comes to this race. But I do kind of like the Corvette, you know, well, I love Corvette racing. Such a shame what happened in the Rolex with the 3 and 4, but yeah, I do like the AAAs, and the fact that your team members are pretty local, that is also a bonus as well. But again, try not to be too biased. Okay, well it looks like this car is running smoothly again. Let's head to the 100 corner, because they are side by side, just barely there with the BMW. They go by. Oh, sorry, is that the BMW? Not sure. Oh, I just had my camera changed on me. No, sorry, that wasn't the BMW, that was the Alpine. Sorry about that. Oh, and the 881! Or 887, rather. Dipping a wheel onto the grass and trying to get around them before turn 7. That didn't quite work out now thereby. People really aggressive. And the Oblix, who I believe earlier that's who we interviewed. They said, "Wish you were in the car with us." Ah, so nice. And shout out to everyone who makes this league what it is. Heard great things for a while now, and happy to finally be a part of this. Happy to have an Ansu so dedicated and into the stream. Well, it's my pleasure for that part. Yeah, it seems like everyone here is very much dedicated to everything and enjoying the spirit of racing and spirit of endurance racing. And everyone who I've interviewed so far has been just incredibly happy. Even like if they're at like, you know, the mid-pack or towards the back, they all seem incredibly happy, which and not always in racing do you necessarily have that. So big props. Oh, and we're getting the camera switched on me. So the 010, I think that's because they're doing their pit stop now, that's why. So this is the long stop now, and who is getting in the car for the 010 is the question from Moritz Racing. Leo Schwartz is getting out of the car. This is their 7th long stop now. I haven't really seen Rene Kirsch in the car too much. Rene Kirsch, but Mikhail Denou we had earlier. We interviewed Mikhail earlier in the race. Will he be getting in? I'm not sure. We'll find out in just a moment, because they'll update the spreadsheet. So that means this stop's going to be another round, about 70 seconds or so. Actually, it looks like the timer is broken on my side, because if I look here, yes, indeed, it's not showing anything. I think they might have turned off the car, that's why. So they'll restart the electrics and then they'll have that show again. So fear not. It's not a bug or anything. I think that's because they turned off the electrics in the car. Well, actually, I'm not sure, because that's running. The electrics are on, then it is. Okay, well, I'm not sure, but we will see when they move in a second. Ukes, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Welcome to the show. And next one should be the 292 with a short stop in a few laps. And we should also have a clean delta. Okay. Yeah, very much different strategies. Now the timer is going up again. Right, so this is as they pull out of the box with the GT3. Now, until they get separated here, they'll be inside each other. And then I think the GT3 decided to brake a bit to get out of the way, but there we go. Yeah, it's not like in real life where you must yield. You are allowed in Assetto Corsa to continue through each other right up until you finally get physical separation. And then the ghosting gets turned off. In fact, I know for a fact you can set an edit to the, custom shaders patch to allow no ghost whatsoever in the pit. So everyone has collision. in the pits, yeah, which is a bit chaotic sometimes. But if it works, sometimes it works. When it doesn't work, it's a little annoying. But imagine for a race like this, it's probably not a good idea to have that collision turned on all the time. Okay, so there's the deltas. So 20 seconds to Warhol there for now. 31 seconds for What's E Racing. But again, this is temporary. It probably won't last too long. We'll see, unless something major happens. Maybe Sasha is trying to will something on here to get their team back in the race for the lead fully. 665 still 2 laps behind. Again, that's pit sequence. Anything else close here? I'm trying to look now. We're running out of cars kind of on the same lap as each other. A lot of like full lap separations have happened now, and it's getting hard to find anything that is actually close. So we're trying, guys, we're trying. 12th and 10th are pretty close to each other. Let's see. Yeah, still even then. Quite a bit. Oh, problem for the Peugeot in 7th place, the 045. That was in turn 1, and they went off and they had to get back going again. They must have gone too deep. 045 back running again. That was something that popped on my screen there. Okay, well, what about the 100 Corvette? Oh, that was as they passed the timing line. 11 seconds. Okay. 291. If they can pass the 291, that would be a little small win for them. Look at 5th place, managing the traffic. Got a couple of GTDs up ahead. Going a little deep there. Ahead was the 390. Oh, and a spin for Watty Racing! Oh my goodness, Watty Racing there, losing out even time now in 3rd place. And Tim Stoll, you don't see it from Tim Stoll too often, but that is him with a mistake in the International Horseshoe. Wow, Sasha, what do you comment on that? Oh, so I am hearing from Sasha, this is the real gap now, so it is 42 seconds out of the whole 13, well, yeah, 13 hours of racing and a bit. Because that's all the different strategies kind of putting them lap or 2 behind at points. So this is indeed the clean delta now. Oh yeah, I had that clarified for me. But that was said before that little moment in the International Horseshoe. Now what's going to happen is the question. Yeah, Sasha said, yeah, now 40 plus seconds. And he says, that's Tim, always hot lapping till he makes an oopsie, or around 10 to 15 cuts in one stint. So does that mean Tim's on the downslope at this moment, and then he'll find his upslope again? Is that what we're hearing? Is that what's going on? We'll see. Look at 6th and 2nd. Oh, I'm having that Persec bug again. Maybe I should go full screen. Oops. Okay. I don't know how I keep managing to use control of it. There we go. Go full screen, then I can take control. There we go. Well, I was going to look at a couple of other cars. They moved on now. Oh, I lost control again. Had it there. Sorry folks, one moment. And maybe he's controlling, maybe that's why. Watching the onboard here of the Watty Racing 023 car. Dennis Rowe, or Dennis, how about just Dennis, that is up to the folks that are, you know, people like Sasha who are controlling this event. So I can't really say yes or no myself. It is up to them if they would like to. I'm not against it. But yeah, it's up to them. Why am I not controlling this? It's weird. I did, by the way, make sure to unplug my equipment. Let's see. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, I'm control now. Yeah, it looks like I have control and then I don't. It's really weird. Ah, there we go. I have to like click the icon itself. There we go. Right, sorry folks. I don't know why it does that. Would be fun to do, Dennis. I would have you message Sasha in Discord, and that would have to be arranged by him. But I'm here for about 1 more hour. I'm going to be finishing around 11 o'clock my time. That's 4 a.m. GMT, 5 a.m. in Germany. Or, well, that's the local, is that the local track time? I think that is. So, after that, there will probably not be much until Rahul gets on for the finish of the race. And he'll be doing the last 6 hours, I believe, so it'll be about 4 hours of nothingness as far as I'm aware right now. So yeah, you'd have to arrange that. The Oblique says, I don't know if you have the filter for that. This does have to be PG friendly, I believe, so yeah, I imagine. So even me, like someone who in my own streams, you know, sometimes in my own streams, not always the most PG friendly. In this show, or in this commentary here, I'm trying my absolute hardest, absolute darndest, to be clean. I don't know why, sometimes my connection gets a little bit slow. Okay, there we go. seeing any particular moments right now. Let's look at second place. Oh, I'm having it happen again. What the heck? Sorry, guys. There we go. Okay, second place. Oh, they just gotten by the 031. And see how they manage some of the traffic. Still 26 seconds. It is still a big gap, even though it has been 13 hours. So maybe for some they think that's quite a small gap. Certainly can be shortened or widened. Still a long time to go. Like the first time in the race, everyone's kind of on the same strategy in the top three. Or maybe not quite, but close enough to the same strategy. Well, Sasha says to message via Discord, so maybe they'll get something figured out. Cargo is in the pits for a long pit stop now. We are waiting on the Corvette ahead. 100 Corvette to pull out. They're in a pit stop sequence. And away they go. That's 9 of 15 long pits for the 100 now. Still a little over average even then. I think the average now is around about 8. Just keep an update on ITAN. How much are they on now? Well, the number 2 team, the 797's on 8. Number 1 is on 12. They're on 12 now. They have 3 more to go and then they get a massive penalty. That is still the most out of any car, I believe. AFS Racing is on 11. I think they were, or still are, leading hypercar in the category. But who's on the least? 292 is on 6. And I think that is the least out of everyone. 6 of 15, so they're kind of below the average there. They're more conservative about it. Oh no! Oh, that was close to AFS 130. Almost collected them there. That was quite close. Ooh, and somehow avoided. That looked very close to clipping the 100 Moritz car there. But luckily just getting through the Le Mans chicane unscathed. Woo! Had a couple of those moments tonight. And 045 off at the same place again now. And they're reversing. Are they going to get... Oh, not yet, not yet, just wait. Then you can go. Can you go? You're in the grass, it's harder. Oh, they spin it again. Oh, and this is, when you're in this situation, it is just horrifying. Now they do finally get away. Wow, that is so unfortunate for the Peugeot team there. OSFR, which will shorten it to them because saying their whole name again is just too long. But, and right to the pits. I don't blame him for that. If you're going to lose the time, you might as well lose it now while you can get the next driver in. Watty Racing to second place on the pit stop of the 292. As they start going off strategy again. And 35 seconds back to Moritz of the 010, their hypercar entry. $10 hours, 41 minutes to go in the AC Friends 24 Hours of Daytona. Go to the leaders. They work through the traffic now in the infield. Also, you know what I noticed? There's no fireworks like there is in the real life race here. They didn't have fireworks triggered. That's a shame. Or maybe it was earlier and I missed it. But it's 4 AM on track, I guess. But yeah, I thought there was going to be some firework. Oh well. Maybe at the end of the race. And he's worked through that traffic beautifully. Oh, watch out. Punching the Lemur chicane at the same time. Oh, they managed to navigate it successfully. Very nice. That was beautiful by everyone involved. Very nice. And even with netcode involved, that's what you like to see. Side by side. And let's hope the Porsche lets him go. Oh, I think not. No, the 031 stays ahead. Now, oh, that's on the Porsche there. They should have let the Cadillac go. It was a natural point for that. I know they don't have to, but if you're going into turn 1 and you're slowing up anyway, and you're so many laps behind, just do it, right? Otherwise you're holding up the leader to second place, and even third, which third is in a 6-second battle with Watty Racing now out of the pit stop. So, we're coming up to 500 laps completed into the race. Out of the total being roughly around 800 something, I believe. Thereabouts. Actually, it might be closer to 900 even. Just gonna take a quick drink, folks, and carry on with the action in a moment. Still lots more to come here on the AC Friends 24 hours of Daytona. Okay, so I think, just had a little drink there, I think Dennis is working something out right now in the other room just below me. I looked at Discord with Sasha, so might we have something happen here? We'll see. I'm interested now. I was kicked out of control moments ago. I don't know if I'm back, but they were working on something. But maybe I do now. Not sure. But watching the leader go round, still 28 seconds ahead of Watty Racing in second. And then Wohol Racing in third, nearly 8 seconds. About 8 seconds now, actually. And SRRT, the 887, still going round in fourth. They've had a few issues throughout the race, few incidents. Okay, hold on. So we are getting word that we're going to have Dennis join us in a moment. And I have the control back, so we can look through the views again as we get set for that to happen. I think it's because he had to set him up on the software to see what's going on, I think is why. So that's exciting. We'll have a little bit, about half an hour or so, with some co-commentary before I head off, and then it's possible he might take over for a little while. So you're going to have a little more commentary than maybe we were thinking at the beginning of this race here, folks. In fact, even I didn't know myself that this was really even going on until last night. Just a little more than 24 hours ago. Actually, well, almost 2 days ago now. But yeah, that's exciting. Gonna get a little more than we thought. So look at the onboard here. So he'll let me know when it's time to bring him in. I'm sure he's telling him all the stuff he needs to know. But there isn't too much to talk about, so it's a great time for that. Because if you folks know about overnight broadcasting of a race of this caliber, you need to try and find things. Not always easy. So you get a little off topic from the race, which can be fun. That purple BMW is still trundling along. It's nearly 3 wide. And they manage it. Well, actually, he kind of blocked the AAA Corvette there, which we will bring up again in a moment, as he is, again, if you don't remember folks, Dennis is the teammate of the 888 that unfortunately couldn't race, which we'll inquire about in a moment. Okay, let's bring on the autocam for just a second. Doing the helicam again, but it will pop around to a couple of different cars and we'll see what lap times we get. Wow, really quick lap for the 887. That was only about, man, that was a 1 minute 30.5 there. That was only a couple of tenths off the fastest lap of the race. So it quite interesting there at the 380. Got going again, something happened there. I believe it was the 380. Saw a little blip there on the timing, but wow, that's a quick lap for the 887. So let's take a look at them. How are they doing on this lap? They look in the bottom left, that was their quickest lap of the race. If it was purple, that would be the quickest lap of the entire race. And we'll see what happens coming up on this lap. Will they continue to go first here? This is Mikulski of Poland in the car. And that previous lap, 1:35.73, very similar. So it wasn't any quicker, but it was more or less the same. Now the catch-up here, they really have to try. 2 laps, 2:92. It's nice to watch on board when their delta is in green, right? I mean, you see it in the bottom right hand corner of your screen.
Testing.
Oh, and I think it's happening now. Let me turn you up. Let's say hello to
Hello, everybody.
Dennis Rowe. Welcome on in. Hello of the 888 Corvette team.
This is me. How's everyone doing?
I'm doing all right. And how's about you? How you feeling?
Pretty good. Coming in live here from Northern Ontario, Canada.
Oh, there you go. I was just up in Sudbury last year, so that is the closest I've really been to Northern Ontario.
Yeah, Sudbury's about an hour and a half north of us, so.
Oh, there you go. Oh, nice. Well, that means you must be even further south from there then. Okay, there you go. Well, I was just talking to people earlier. They were in the Greater Toronto area, so yeah, it's really nice to have folks on, well, at least a mostly Canadian team, and then one American there from earlier, and then we got you as well. That's fantastic. Lots of folks in sim racing from this area. We're getting into it now. But yeah, so well, tell us a little bit about yourself then, because big lock up for the 887. Tell us a bit about yourself and what brings it.
hard to watch the racing there. We've been doing that for, I believe, 3 years now. So.
Absolutely. Okay, I just had word from Sasha that apparently we need to adjust your volume. So I can hear you okay. I'm not sure if the stream can hear you. We're just working on that right now. He said so. Oh, he says it works again. Okay, so I'll do recap what you said there. So yeah, until the last hour of the race, you know.
Yeah, 24 hours of racing. You're just in there to hope to make it to the end and stay in it for that last hour. That last hour.
And that's where it's fun.
Exactly. That's when you start to see drivers get a little more aggressive. You know, it really comes into that last little bit on fuel and tires. You know, who got a bit more sleep than someone else, who's less tired, more awake.
Exactly, absolutely right. That's essentially what he said. And then he was talking about CTMP, which obviously I've gone there for the last 4 years now for the Chevrolet Grand Prix. It's always fantastic, and it's well, it was one of the things that brought me into IMSA, watching on TV, and then of course COVID happened, and realizing, oh shoot, I can't go to CTMP this year. And then, oh, and what's happened there is that the 887, it is, sorry, I just need to see, I think there was a GT3 involved too at the very end there. The 887 had a moment and was with a pack of cars, and just another moment for them. Again, this is not the first moment of the race they've had, but yeah, that was a bit gnarly looking there. And the tyre barrier being placed where it's at, that's caught out a few cars trying to rejoin. And well, it looks like they're going again now, but we'll keep on board now. Get back to, well, that did not look good for the Porsche there. That was, it was the 787 car again. Yes, one of
sir.
Multiple moments. And I don't know if you've been watching the stream, right, where you've seen a few moments for them tonight.
Yes, sir. As they say, it's the way the cookie crumbles, unfortunately.
It has been for that all-tie team there. Now they come back on the banking. Not quite the best place to come on the banking. Oh, that poor Porsche has probably been beat up to hell and back. And so, as I was saying, so, yeah, COVID, right? So, 2 years it was, or is it 3? No, 2 years that COVID cancelled the race at CTMP. So I didn't get to go until 2022. Otherwise, I would have gone before then. And it was a great first year. We had the last year of Prototype Challenge. It was on its way out before LMP3 then came into the main WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. And then you also had the main race, and then in years following that, you would have had then the VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, which is just fantastic. I really enjoy it. Maybe more than most, actually. 45-minute sprint races that just are fantastic multi-class action of LMP3s and GT4s. Actually, even GT3s now they've recently added. But I've never been there for a Michelin Pilot Challenge race, which might change this year. We'll see. Work permitting. Yeah, I know, right? Because it's such a good race. And TCRs, right? Like, I haven't seen a TCR race yet. So, yeah, it's another moment for the 45. But, yeah, it's so much fun watching on, at least IMSA TV anyway, the Michelin Pilot Challenge. And especially where you remember last year's race, where they had that moment on the back straight, and they went into the wall there. I forget which car it was, maybe you remember, but yeah, it's something I got to go and watch at some point. And 292, all the moments are happening now right as we start speaking to each other. But anyway, what do you think then about CTP? Have you gone recently? Possible?
So we missed last year. We missed last year, but we've also been going since 2022. Actually, that's when we were first invited out, I didn't really even notice. I didn't even know that, you know, the track was there. I didn't realize all the cool things that they host and all the events. So we've been going since 2022, and we attend the Victoria Day Speed Fest. We do the Vintage Grand Prix,
yeah.
we do the Chevrolet Grand Prix. I've been saying we're gonna do the Superbike doubleheader every year, and something's come up. So I'm hoping we're gonna make it this year, and then also the Labor Day weekend sprint.
So
sprints.
pretty much everything.
Yeah,
Wow.
me and Nick spoke about that like weeks ago. No, just before Christmas, and he goes, "What events do you plan on going to this year?" I said, "Well, I don't want to go to them all." And I looked at the schedule, and I said, "I guess I'm going to them all."
Well, I guess so, and you know what? That's great. I mean, if you're a sports car fan, that's the dream. Well, do you guys do the camping, or do you just go there and back each day? Because I've never done the camping, but maybe this year I'll go at least for a full weekend, even if it's not camping, because you know I live 45 minutes away. Weekend, let's make the most out of it. It's the only Canadian weekend for IMSA. You mentioned Superbike. I'm not really into Superbike so much, but I had a friend, at least in my own community, he was going to come up from Vermont, and he was thinking of going to the Superbike weekend. And I was like, I mean, yeah, I could go to Superbike with you at the beginning of August, but why? It's just not necessarily my thing. I don't think it's terrible, because I've watched a little bit of, you know, motorcycle racing before. I just think maybe on a track like that it works better, but when I see it's on like big wide open tracks, I think it's a little bit too much, and it needs to be on like tight little circuits for such a small, you know, machine. I don't know, what do you think?
I'd agree with that. For me, it depends how many bikes are there. You know, if it's a handful of bikes, yeah, you know, the gap's too big. If you got a lot, tight the gap, not as much room, that could definitely be a game changer.
Yeah, I mean, I watched a little bit, or I had watched a bit of MotoGP, and obviously up here we folks have a channel called Rev TV, although it's the same thing, like if you're watching on IMSA TV, it's the same broadcast. I'm sure MotoGP is a similar sorts of thing, and whatnot, but you know, I watch and I go, yeah, it's okay, it's kind of like the Formula 1 of motorbikes, but it's, I don't know, it's just this big wide open track, and I don't know. I feel like if it was like almost even a bit like Formula E in a way, you know, where sometimes you have some really tight circuits, you could then, you know, have to go around sharp corners, really manage your turn, because you're literally leaning all the way to the right, let physics do the work. And it would probably make it quite interesting. I mean, when you see them crash, it's like, oh my goodness, that's crazy, right? You know, you don't have anything protecting you. But
it's crazy.
I don't know. On a
you see these guys doing, 200 kilometers an hour, and just, the bike slides out. You see them get thrown, and they just stand up and brush off their shoulder and
yeah, exactly.
pick their bike back up and try to fix their handlebars and hop back on, or get a ride back to the pits and grab a spare bike. It's crazy.
Exactly, and that just makes me go, wow, they're incredible. It's not the same as regular for sure, but I don't know, maybe we'll see. If his name is Squish Chin, by the way, and he's a great guy in our community, the Mercury 45 community. But if he gets back to me and he is going to come up for that weekend, that particular weekend of August, which by the way is like a week or two before the IndyCar race, we'll see if I go to the Superbike or not. But it would be a first for me on such a thing, and I don't know if Canadian Superbike, the skill level is the same as something like a MotoGP, but it'd be kind of like how you have like NASCAR Canada, right? They go to CTMP 2 times, beginning and end of the year, and I've watched several NASCAR Canada races, and the drivers have their local fan club and stuff. Like, you'll have a fan club for Kevin Lacroix and Marc-Antoine Camarand and all that, but no one in the USA knows who they are, right? So
that's right.
It's just kind of its own local thing. I don't know. I have to see.
Hey, you make it, I'll make it. All right, we'll make that pact right now.
There you go. Right. Okay. Well, there we are. Now I think the early bird tickets for IMSA are on now. We'll get past CTMP in a moment, folks. I had to bring it up because it's a local thing we share there. So yeah. So by the way, one of the cheapest IMSA tickets, I think, around 55 Canadian dollars now, I think it is. So one of the best deals you could really ever get. Well, that was for a Sunday ticket. I always was buying Sunday tickets. Now for a weekend super ticket, I think it's 75, but that's still pretty good, I have to say. Yeah. In the chat, by the way, Bernard Random has said, has anybody got cake alternatives for me? It's 10:30 at night. Cake alternatives. You might want to pop by Sasha's house. He might have some alternatives. Joking. That's too much. That's too far. I can't go any more than that. The Oblix says, my boy Dennis is on. Oblix is very happy for you. What do you have to say about your team there, Dennis?
You know what? They're a pretty good group of guys. We're dedicated. They're strong. We've played around for a few different races now on different tracks. I can't wait to actually, get involved with the team and actually get in that car and race with them. Get us a podium one day. But no, the team's awesome. Like I said, I've known Nick since 2021. I met I met the other guys a couple weeks ago, I guess, and yeah, they were more than welcoming to have me here, and I'm very thankful for them.
Oh, that's very nice. Yeah, we had the interview earlier, which I believe you were listening to at the time, and
yes,
yeah, all the folks of the 888 Corvettes seem to be very much happy have you on board their team. But I do need to know, so what kept you out of the race this weekend? Was it some real life events? What was the reason?
So you see, I called Nick one day and I said, hey man, you still doing endurance racing? He goes, I sure am. So I want to get in. He goes, I'm more than happy to have you. I'll check with the team. They gave it the okay. They said, doing a 24-hour race with 3 guys is a little difficult, but we'll make it work. And so I said, when's the next race? He goes, 31st. This was a little over a week. It was shortly after the last training race that I didn't know about. And so we got everything set up, did the servers, got everything we had to get filled out, the driver info and all that. We went ahead and got the driver's number sorted out. We did the 20 clean laps, so on and so forth. And I was like, hey man, you know, everything's done, everything's submitted. I think we're good to go. And he goes, hey, you do a trainee race. And I said, what's a trainee race? And that's when we found out a trainee race is what you have to do to be approved to get into these races. So unfortunately, we were too late. We were too late to get in, unfortunately. And here I am supporting the team through the views, and now I'm up here in the booth with you.
Oh, well, that's so unfortunate. Because, yes, I was told about this last night as well. I think I knew a little bit from last year, the Nürburgring race, which I don't know if you were a part of that either. I can't quite remember. But, yeah, you need to do... Well, you do one trainee race, and you have to, like, meet a specific target. And then if you don't meet the target, then you, I think, get another opportunity. And then there's a few opportunities. And then if you don't, well, once you get to a last chance, then you have to do it right. And there's like a bunch of reasons why. I looked at the Discord the other day and said, you know, you have to meet a specific lap time or incidents or whatever. But if you then, like you, for example, don't get in the trainee race in time, or if you get past the last chance, then that's it, right? And
That's
that
right.
is the last opportunity. And sometimes you even have an entry fee as well. I think that was waived for this time, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, so okay, so I think, I don't know if they're adding you the parsec there.
Yes, sir. I'm getting that as we speak.
Okay, fantastic. That's, by the way, folks, that is the software we use to look and control the camera views. We're not actually in the server itself, and that's probably a good thing, because it's too much for my Assetto Corsa to handle, that's for sure. Unless I turn the settings way down, just easier. But so I can kind of just do this from Discord, and it's super easy. But yeah, so okay, so Dennis will actually be taking you probably in about 10 minutes or so, or maybe I'll stay on a bit longer, we'll see. But I do have to go to work at 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, so maybe not too long. But we'll have him kind of hand off to continue. And so, yeah, he'll be getting ready for that. And so, yeah, so that's how I see everything that's going on. That's how I can switch my views to here and such. So Sasha was just letting me know that, and that's great news. And so, is there anyone else in the race you want to point out, Dennis? Because I've done my share of talking, that's for sure.
You know what? I haven't met any of these other drivers yet. But from what I've heard, you know, everyone's a very good group of people. It's hard not to. We're all here. We're all sharing the same passion, right? We're all here for our love of cars, speed, racing, the simulators. I think it's gonna be hard to not like people here. You know, you might get into it with another driver, but that's racing, man. We're all here for the same reason.
And the Lexus far back in GTD there just had a little bit of a moment there into the International Horseshoe with the Valkyrie OA2, who, by the way, just puts in their quickest lap of the race, which is still a second off of the quickest lap of well, overall. Oh, okay, it looks like everyone is in.
I'm getting word here that Sasha needs the mouse for a couple minutes.
Oh, okay, yes, sorry. I will click on off and he can go ahead and do that. So I was just saying there was a bit of a moment there with the Lexus. I don't know which Lexus, there was two of them. It wasn't the leader, I'm pretty sure. I think it was the 287, but I can't verify that if I don't have the camera. So yeah, Dennis, I really appreciate you coming on, because yeah, not only do you relieve me, but also you can answer all of my questions, which otherwise kind of go out into the void. So,
well,
yeah.
you've heard about me. I'm sure the people here have heard about you, but tell me, do you have a team you race for? Or are you a hypercar guy, a GT3 guy?
Well, you know what? Well, I don't race here. I had done a little bit of racing over at the Jamaican Sim Racing Association. JSRA, which I don't know if you've heard of that. So yeah, it's Stephen Stewart's community there. So I've done a little bit of like fun racing over there, but I also mainly commentated there. But yeah, I'm not a very quick driver, but I love IMSA, and I love WEC. And you know, here and there you like a little bit of NASCAR or whatever. But I used to love NASCAR a lot more, and they've really changed it in the recent years. But you know, I love sports car racing now. When I found it in 2019, I was like, wow, this is what I love. And then they obviously made it very similar to how it is in the WEC now. So you can kind of look at the two series and they're pretty much the same. Which I don't know if everyone likes that, but I actually did quite like that because then it allowed me to enjoy the WEC as well, because I hadn't really watched the 24 hours of Le Mans before that. But when they started kind of converging the two together, I was like, well, you know what? The same kind of cars are running over there. Let's go and watch that. And then I was like, well, this is amazing. Let's watch this every single year. So yeah, that's just me kind of getting into it in, well, I can't believe that was 7 years ago. But yeah, I now
Time
gone and
flies.
watched real life. Yeah, well, I've gone and watched real life races now of it, and I would not stop it for the world. So yeah, that's me anyway. Okay, so it looks like I will have to reconnect here, and I think Dennis, you are connecting now. I believe.
I am connected. I have the power of the mouse.
Oh, you do? Okay, well actually anyone has the power of the mouse, so well, if you want to control some of the views, you go ahead. I'll leave my mouse out of the way. I don't know if I did or not. I'm just not going to touch my mouse for the moment, and I'll let you go through what you want to look at.
Well, you know what? I'm going to start at the top here. We're going to check in with our leaders up in the hyperclass here.
Okay. Let me know. I have my mouse at the top of the screen. I'm not touching it. Let me know if you're touching the numbers there, if that's all working.
I was touching. Yeah, I'm trying, but it's not working.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, folks. Technical difficulties here.
So I will just completely go out to Parsec entirely, and then you can do that. As I come down to my kind of final minutes here, because I don't want to be up too late. As both of us are we're in the same time zone, so it's 10:53 right now. And
That's right.
I started this afternoon at 1 p.m. Went to 5, had a bit of a break, and then came back at 7:30. And so been more than I thought it'd be. But
So here we are checking in with the leader 292. They've had a pretty strong race so far.
Ah, so they've switched control to him now. Fantastic. That means I can look at Parsec again and I won't be interfering with you. Yeah, 30 seconds. And so earlier, when they were on the same strategy, Dennis, they had a gap of like 40-something seconds. There was a moment there for the 023 when Tim Stoll was in the car. Now that they pitted, I think they've gone back to a lap behind. But 30 seconds for the 010. How do you think it's shaping up here for the top three?
It's looking pretty good. It's pretty good. Like we said, though, you know, we have a long ways to go here, right?
Quickest lap for the 292 just came through. That was a 130.6. 522 laps in now, and well, that's what you like to see from the Polish team, Wohol Racing, which I know I'm not quite saying that correct, but as close as I can. For Moritz, and I'm sure you're on the live document as well, Moritz Racing, they have been going back and forth. Will they break through into a lead at some point is the question, because they never really have been in the lead for more than really a few laps at a time off strategy. Whereas both the 292 and the 023 are both led for quite some time on the road. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz is back in the car there. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz is back in the car there. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz is back in the car there. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz is back in the car there. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz is back in the car there. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz is back in the car there. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz is back in the car there. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz is back in the car there. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz is back in the car there. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz is back in the car there. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz is back in the car there. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz is back in the car there. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz is back in the car there. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz is back in the car there. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz is back in the car there. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz is back in the car there. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz is back in the car there. I think, yeah, Leo Schwartz And for the 292 has Camille Stanut at the moment. Stanut? Let's say that right. And we got 2 teams now on 12 long stops in GT3. Team Itan, or Team Ithan, and Player Zero, who has been, well, both of them plagued with issues, incidents. In fact, I think one of them just got another drive-through for cutting the replay. Some really bizarre braking. Well, you know, I'm sure folks are trying Birmingham Random to find the limits of these cars and brake in mysterious ways.
That's right.
To get lap time. Yeah, even though it might not look realistic. That's just the nature of sim racing, unfortunately. Let's see in the chat, any points arising for me or Dennis? And Dennis will be taking over in a bit. And we'll have Rahul, I believe, from 6 hours to go. So that's only about 4 hours from now. We just passed into 10 hours to go in the race now, single digit hour.
That's right.
Bern McGrandam said, when I make it through training, I promise to be the driver with the least pace and highest safety on track. You know, that sounds like a recipe for success in this, considering the amount of drive-throughs you get for a track cut. So, for track cuts in general. I don't know what the limit is for track cuts. I didn't get that confirmed race.
I believe it's 15. 15?
Oh, then that's what. Doesn't take long to get 15. I mean, that right there might have been a track cut. Who knows? On the 887, you can be like right next to the grass, and the game penalizes you for it. And I don't know, man. It just doesn't feel quite right. I understand if it's like a full cut, like go and take an advantage somewhere over somebody else. But with that, there is literally no time gain. Let's be honest. There's no point. No point in having it that close to the curbing. The track limit boundary. Oh, we got JSR 876 in here. That must be Stephen. Must be. Either Stephen or maybe Jaden Harrison. Sure. Says Bird McRandom is my go. Fantastic. Oh, behind me. Oh, you guys. Thank you so much. The JSRA, Jamaican Sim Racing Association, popping in, and that's lovely. Their support. We were just we were just talking about them long ago as well. And I think over there they have Sagar Bashi. I don't know if you've heard of him, Dennis. Maybe you have. Commentator for many series, but does some of the JSRA stuff now as well. Yeah, maybe it's Stephen. I think it's Stephen. Surely. Actually, Jaden Harrison was here at the beginning when I started part 2 here. Around about 7:30, so it was nice to have him as well. My top sponsors, Nikita Mazepin.
There you go.
Amount of space. Oh, you guys are funny. Well, Dennis, feel free to go ahead and look at all the different. I'll probably be handing it off to you because it's about 11. So yeah. Let you take it away from here with 10 hours to go. I mean, 3 a.m. It's midnight hours. Get your cups of coffee or tea, whatever you fancy, I suppose. And yeah, that will be pretty much it for my 2 stints today, which was pretty long. I wish everyone luck in the race. As well, it'll be interesting for the win. Because who knows, Watty Racing, I was saying when I started all those hours ago that they were dominating, and now look at them, they're back in third and have been for quite some time. So you never really know what's going to happen in a race like this. So big up Sasha, yeah. Oh, I don't know if he's in the car right now, but I'm sure Sasha appreciates that, Stephen. So, oh, a drive through for cutting for the 010 actually. Okay, well, time for a pit stop for both of them then in that case. So, all right, that'll be it from me, Dennis. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sasha, as well. Really appreciate it. The fellow Canadian brethren taking over, and of course Rahul to end the race later. So enjoy. You're watching the AC Friends 24 Hours of Daytona. We'll see you next time. And Mark Rios signing off. Take care.
Well, everyone, happy to be taking over from Mark here. Do take my apology now, as this is going to be my first time commentating on a race. We're currently watching the 887 here. The 114 drive through for cutting. Looks like we're up to 29 viewers. That's pretty awesome to see here. Guys, in the comments there, if there's anyone you want to see, anyone you want us to click into, just leave a comment and I will make sure we check in on them. We want to watch every yellow car. I will see what we can do there. We're gonna check in with second place here. Storm, how am I doing? Gotta be honest with you, a little anxious here. This is my, like I said, it's my first time announcing and commentating a race. Not too sure what to do. If anyone wants to leave some tips, advice, some angles they want to see, I'll definitely make sure I can do the best that I can for everyone. As Mark said, we're down to the single digits left of the race. We're gonna check in here with the GT3 leader. Looks like they're doing a stop. Bear, that is a good question. To be honest with you, everyone is rocking some pretty cool liveries. Gotta pull up this here. Give me 1 second. So I'm probably going to butcher this, but the Reader Engineering Esports team and their AMG GT3 Evo, that's a pretty cool livery they have going on. We have, and again, I'm trying my best here. Philip Coons, I believe is how you pronounce your last name, here and sitting in second place. Second place in class, 14th overall. Hypercar number 023 has a drive-through for cutting. It's a good question for the chat here. How I know we have some drivers. What's the track limits like? Are they a little weird in some spots? Are they pretty real? Track limits are pretty good. ACF does a good job of keeping it fair for the drivers. Hard to complain about something where you're mostly at fault for crossing the limit. You know what? You're not wrong. I'm sure it's frustrating to hit a track limit, but you hit a limit, you hit the limit, I guess, right? AC Friends track modder is Gunnar driving the 059 BLK car. Shout out to him. This track looks pretty amazing. Can't wait to be blinded. Yeah, it's my friend Nick there has sent me the photos on. Yeah, when that sun comes up, hits the right angle, you are definitely blinded. Got the 888 Low Thunder Racing going into the pits there. Let's check in with our race leader again in the GT3 class, coming in through the bus stop. So right now we are watching Watt E Racing in the Lexus RCF GT3 car driven by Dennis Mayer. Dennis and Dennis, pretty good team right there. He is our race leader for the GT3 class. As we're going to the outside here, going into the bus stop. Does he clear? Yes, he does. we are right along with the 291 car that is driven by Team Limit X Racing. Looks like we'll be ending the stream here shortly just to get part 3 going. Thanks again for everyone that's tuning in here. right on the hood of the 76 car. That is Reader Engineered Esports. Folks, there's the comments. The stream will be restarted soon. I will be hopping out of the booth here. Happy to give this a try. Definitely look forward to doing some more races, both commentating and racing, hopefully. I hope you all have a wonderful night, drivers. Stay rested. Keep the cars in one piece. Make room for the fellow driver coming up to pass you. And just have fun, boys. Remember, we're all here for the same reason. Thank you all for having me. Good night.